Hello everyone. Have a good evening and nice that you are all here. Welcome. And yeah, I welcome you to a new Lord of the Rings. I could just say what was the name of this book? Lord of the Rings Lore Q&A. And welcome everybody. Of course, always late, as it should not be a surprise, I guess, but well, there is. I don't know why. A couple of hours ago, I wrote it on Twitter and on Discord and so on. I wrote 1930, and in my head it was 20 when 20 o'clock when it is here started. But it was not 20 o'clock. It was kind of earlier. However, well, we are late again. I'm sorry. But yeah, me and time, it's just we're not getting friends, it seems. So at least I'm at the right day. That's at least something, I guess. But yeah, welcome everybody. This might be our last lore Q&A this year. No, it is definitely the last lore Q&A we will have this year. But next week there will be, I guess, another one on the 5th or something. I have not scheduled or thought about when the next Q&A might be. So already some questions here. Like I said, it's always a problem. Otaku Senpai, nice to see you here. Silmarillion is here. Welcome. The Bionicle fan. Grimwrist. Time Lord. I just finished. Welcome, Nosliv. Nosliv? I'm not sure how your name is pronounced. Nosil. Whatever. You just finished the Bakshi Lord of the Rings. Yeah, that's really a perfect timing, I guess. Noslu. Something like this. And sometimes a bit difficult to guess how a name is pronounced. Righteous One, welcome. There's always some discussion about the Shire reckoning and calendar. I have to admit, with calendars, like time questions, I'm out. Like when it comes to calendars, I guess I have even trouble with the real one. So with Tolkien's ones, I have even more trouble. I have to admit. Yeah, it's always complicated. Yeah, I'm always late to the Righteous One. I'm always late to the stream. Usually I plan to start it at 19:30 or whatever time I give, so then that at least there is stream things, and then I have the stream is starting screen here to have some time to prepare, gives the people some time to appear. Like streamers do this these days, so there's always like a countdown or something of, I don't know, 10 minutes or something, or 15. Mart, welcome, good evening. Sometimes I manage to be at least to start kind of on time, but very often recently I'm kind of too stupid to get the time right. Mario, welcome also. And all the others here, thank you for having patience with me. Good evening. Hope you all have next last days of the year. Hope everyone had a good Christmas. Yes, I also hope you had nice Christmas days as well. It's kind of always surprising when, like, I know, 1st December, I forgot when was the first Sunday of Advent, or whatever you call it in English. I learned it last, I think the 1st December was also the first Sunday of Advent this year. It was the 1st December. And when this starts, basically, you know, the year's basically over at this point. Like, it just, you blink and then all the time is over. I'm not sure how it's possible that the time flies by so fast, but it kind of does. Also, Joe, welcome, nice to see you. Not sure if I welcomed you already. But yeah, we today have a LotR Q&A, so some questions already in chat. If you have a question, best is to copy-paste it, so you can maybe post it again, because usually, sometimes it takes a moment or two to answer a question, then the chat is already further and so on. And if I stay in the past for too long in chat, I will kind of miss too much stuff going on in chat. So there's that. Also, Longbeard question at the beginning. I think Otaku also repeated it one time. There was some discussion about what is it called? War of the Rohirrim. And yeah, the question about the stuff. Well, we could start with the Dwarven question. I don't mind, to be honest. Can we wait for Tales of the Shire? Yeah, Tales of the Shire will be a video game, a cozy video game coming out soon. Also, Mark, welcome, nice to see you. I'm not sure when it comes out, actually. I don't know the date out of my head. It was supposed to come out 2024, but they moved it to 2025. I think it's not a game for me, to be completely honest, so curious how it will be. 25th of March 2025. It will come out, it seems, at least that's what's written on the Steam page. Oh yeah, Righteous One also posted in chat. Yeah, very curious how this turns out. Usually, my video games need a little bit more action, to be honest. Or a bit more stuff to do. Will it be a multiplayer game? That's a good question. Let me see. What does the Steam page say? No, it's a single player game, it seems. I guess it would make sense to play to have multiple people to play it with. But yeah, like I said, it seems to be a fairly simple game where you can be a bit in the Shire, experience like a little story, and I don't know, kind of customizes, maybe the word I was looking for, your Hobbit hole. Yeah, I think, I don't know. That's true. The other game, Return to Moria, which is also a decent game, I think, is also kind of a crafting game. That has multiplayer as well. In this regard, it's, I guess, not bad, to be honest. I will be in the mood for a multiplayer game next year. I lived as a hermit this year, so I want to balance it out. Yeah. I need a few more stakes than that in my games personally. Yeah, same. Like a little bit more action would be much appreciated, to be honest, simply because that makes things easier, or not easier, but I don't know. I need something to do in my game. If it's too cozy, though, I know some people love cozy games where I don't know, you can just basically relax a bit in the Shire and immerse yourself and build your Hobbit hole, plant some, like in Animal Crossing style. What's an English name for it? Some pates, I guess. Turnip? Whatever the exact botanic name for this plant is. A Shire city builder could be something. Yeah, maybe. Do you think the Shire offers enough for like a full city building game? I mean, yeah, so from the landscape and other things for sure, but like if you also want to have like an economic aspect that is to be often in games like these, that has to be considered, and infrastructure and so on. I mean, the Shire is, I guess, one of the most advanced infrastructures in Tolkien's world, interestingly. Farmer Maggot's Farming Simulator 2025, yeah, would also not be bad. Since Tolkien's approach to his world is often more focused on what's it called? On mythology and legends. His descriptions of how the infrastructure and stuff works exactly is, I guess, always a bit basic, I guess, in this regard. Though Tolkien sometimes also explains some infrastructure stuff in some texts, to be fair. Like, the hobbits have to basically repair the bridges and roads in the Shire. It was one of the conditions at the time when they got their stuff, and so on. Let's see where you're coming from, Otaku Senpai, with your homebrew. Yeah, I can definitely see this. If you have a tough year, or I just won, or had a tough year, then I can see that you maybe want to relax a bit in a cozy game like Tales of the Shire. So I think it can definitely find its niche. But I guess like the more general, what do you call it, gamer taste is definitely leaning a bit more to less cozy games in a way. But yeah, I can definitely see. That's actually Farm Maggot's Farming Simulator 2025. I like the question: how much time in this farming simulator would you have to spend chasing away Merry and Pippin? Yeah, most likely a lot. Yeah, it's a good idea. Like at night or something, waves of Merry and Pippin just come and try to steal your your turnips. So okay, let's dive into some questions. I already saw a few of them. Like I said, with calendar questions, I'm always a bit bad, to be honest. So let us start with the map. And I guess that's always a good start. So the question of Otaku Senpai was one additional question about these. Might the Longbeards have kept control of their halls in the Blue Mountains even after their return to Erebor, perhaps as an embassy? So I guess that's not 100% clear to me. Yeah, all the best also for the next year. Hope it gets less stressful and better. Let me just do some production stuff real quick. I can show you already the map. In the meantime, let me see. So, what are we talking about? The Blue Mountains. I'm not sure where to place it, but the Blue Mountains are here. I can barely see the Erebor. Moria is here. Erebor, Dale, and so on up here. I can't rotate my arrow, so but you can kind of see it. Then I also want to get the question on screen. That's maybe a good idea. Would be so great if YouTube had a feature where I could that's strange. So yeah, here was a question again, just for people able to read it. And yeah, let's talk about Erebor for a moment and so on. So as we learn how things went before the events of the Hobbit, there was the circumstance that originally the dwarves of Erebor, Smaug came, they had to leave. And then for some time they lived down here in Dunland, in this area, and then went further west and basically settled again in the Blue Mountains. It's always not clear to me how the state of the Blue Mountains was at this very late time in the Third Age, because it's always kind of difficult to tell. There are not many texts telling this. We know from, like, in theory, the dwarves should still have some people left in these mountains, to be honest. On the other side, it's close to the elves, so dwarves and the elves sometimes don't like each other. We know that, though. These here, well, it's kind of mixed, I guess, Mislond, but it's by nature, Lindon is the realm of the Noldor elves, and the Noldor and the dwarves get along better than, for example, Thranduil and the Galadrim here in Lothlorien. So the woodland, the wood elves, the sylvan elves, and the Sindar elves that live here in these regions, they usually don't like the dwarves too much. Still, there was a time where they liked each other a bit better. And we can also read that at some point the dwarves of the Blue Mountains kind of left and started living in Khazad-dûm as well, and then mingled there. However, like I said, Moria was, due to the Balrog incident, abandoned, same as Erebor to the Smaug incident, and then over a long time some elves came back. There was a time in the First Age, in the early in the mid Third Age, let's say. I'm not sure when he lived actually. Let me just double check. Can't give you then the time frame. There was a There was an ancestor of Aragorn named Arvedui, the last king. And there was a time he hid in the Blue Mountains, interestingly. We can read about this in Appendix A of The Lord of the Rings. And what I find kind of interesting that that we try to find it really quick. Arvedui. Let me see if I find him really quick. Yeah, there it is. Captured Fornost and drove the remaining Dúnedain over the Lune. Among them were the sons of the kings. But King Arvedui held out upon the Norse Downs. If we look at the map, wherever it is, the Norse Downs are here. Here's Fornost, there to escape north, and then, yeah, went over the, here it's spelled with LH, pronunciation could be like the, I think it's in Welsh, the double L. I'm very bad with this sound, it's like Hlune. Whatever the pronunciation though is. And yeah, for a while Arvedui hid in the tunnels of old dwarf mines near the far end of the mountains, but he was driven at last by hunger to seek the help of the Lothos, the snowmen of Forohel. Some of these he found in camp by the seashore, but they did not help the king willingly, for he had nothing to offer them, save a few jewels which they did not value. And they were afraid of the Witch King, who, they said, could make the frost or thaw at his will. Who could make frost or thaw at his will. I'm not sure if I pronounced thaw correct. Double check on that. English words and pronunciation sometimes surprising for me as a not-native speaker. Well, okay, it seems right. So what is interesting, they don't mention the Blue Mountains directly, but it's clear they went over the Lune at some point and then went to the Ered Luin, the Blue Mountains, which are these. And here, what is mentioned in this text is, in the tunnels of the old dwarf mines near the far end of the mountains. So the Bay of Forohel is here, and here the Lothos lived. So he was kind of somewhere here, and then he made contact with the Lothos and got help there. And then we know this ended when a ship came here to the bay and tried to get him back from there. And then the ship with Arvedui and the Palantiri sunk into the ocean and were lost, and so ended the lives of the king. What is interesting, or it's not directly mentioned in this text, but it always feels like these tunnels were abandoned, so no dwarves were there. And this was, if we look at the time frame when he died 3rd Age 1974, so 1974. And I would call it's not directly in the middle, but let's say it's middle-ish in this age. And it feels like why would he hide there? Why would he not try to go to the dwarves of the Blue Mountains at this time? It seems very if the what is it called, the Witch King attacking the Dúnedain in the north, I think from trading or whatever, there could have been made an argument if there were dwarves left to go there and try to seek help. But he did not do that. He went to this far north place, very far away from everything else, and had contact with these men, with these snowmen that usually are rarely mentioned in any stories and seem to be very isolated and have no contact with it. They knew about the Witch King, And like the text says, they believed he could make or control the weather to some degree, the frost, the cold. There are some interesting quotes here regarding that and how the Witch King was powerful. But what is interesting, that it seems like this is kind of abandoned. We talked about Thorin Oakenshield leaving Erebor and Dunland somewhere here in the further in the south, and then going to these mountains. And it seems like there we can also read that I think it was not even let me just see. From the sack and the burning, many of Thror's kin escaped, and last of all from the halls by a secret door came Thror himself and his son Throin II. They went away south with their family into long and homeless wandering. With them went also a small company of their kinsmen and faithful followers. Years afterwards, Thror, now old, poor, and desperate, gave to his son Throin the one great treasure he still possessed, the last of the 7 rings, and then he went away with one old companion only, called here it's written Nar, but I could imagine he's pronounced Nor. The long A is pronounced O, so Nor. Of the ring he said to Thrain at his parting, "This may prove the foundation of a new fortune for you, yet, though that seems unlikely, but it needs gold to breed gold. Surely you do not think of returning to Erebor," said Thrain. Not at my age," said Thror. "Our vengeance on Smaug I bequeath to you and your sons, but I'm tired of poverty and the scorn of men. I go to see what I can find." He did not say where. He was a little crazed, perhaps, with age and misfortune and long brooding on the splendor of Moria and his forefathers. And the Moria story happens. So yeah, kind of interesting in this context. Then the Battle of Azanulbizar happens and so on. Then yeah, we can later lead. So Throin and his son Thorin Oakenshield, with what remained of their following, among whom were Balin and Gloin, returned to Dunland, and soon afterwards they removed and wandered in Eriador, until at last they made home in exile in the east of the Ered Luin, beyond the Lune. Of iron were most of the things that they found in those days, but they prospered after a fashion, and their numbers slowly increased. But as Thror had said, the ring needed gold to breed gold, and of that or any other precious metal they had little or none. So here we can kind of get the description that they then settled and established new halls in the mountains. Then the father was lost in Dol Guldur. Around Dol Guldur he was captured by Sauron and put into the dungeons and so on. Then, yeah, so Thorin Oakenshield became the heir of Durin, but an heir without hope. When Throin was lost, he was 95, a grey dwarf of proud bearing, but he seemed content to remain in Eriador. There he labored long and trafficked and gained such wealth as he could, and his people were increased by many of the wandering folk of Durin, who heard of his dwelling in the west and came to him. Now they had fair halls in the mountains and stores of goods, and their days did not seem so hard, though in their songs they spoke ever of the lonely mountain far away. But at last there came a chance, a meeting between Gandalf and Thorin that changed all the fortunes of the House of Durin and led to other and greater ends beside. In a time, Thorin, returning west from a journey, stayed at Bree for the night. Potentially a prancing pony, as we see in the Peter Jackson adaptation, which I kind of the assumption or the idea I like, though it's not clear if the prancing pony already existed at this time, but potentially. It is definitely possible thought, I think. There Gandalf was also. He was on his way to the Shire, which he had not visited for some 20 years. He was weary and thought to rest there for a while. Among many cares, he was troubled in mind by the perilous state of the Norse, because he knew then already that Sauron was plotting war and intended as soon as he felt strong enough to attack Rivendell. It's interesting that this plan of attacking Rivendell never came to fruition, and interestingly, it changed completely with finding the One Ring and so on. So things changed quite a bit at this particular time. And Gandalf later also says it was a mistake, Sauron not attacking Rivendell and Lothlorien, but that's a different topic. Yeah, the other houses of the dwarves, they remained in the east. You are in a different book, I think, Otaku Senpai. I think you talk about the Unfinished Tales Appendix A that version, which we haven't looked in. Maybe I'm wrong. Actually don't find the text, to be honest, in neither of my books. In my copy of Lord of the Rings, I can't find your quote. If it's the direct quote from it. When in the Third Age did Frodo set out for his quest to take the ring away from the Shire? 3018, as Spielkalb, also welcome, just wrote in chat. Just here for a short visit. Nice to see you, though. Great you could make your way here to this little Q&A thing. Also, Crafty Spirit, welcome. Nice to see you as well. Was it more cold in the north? I would assume it was similar to the north in Europe, I guess, to the Scandinavian countries, I would assume. I'm still kind of surprised that I can't find the quote. Like the phrase "for the dwarves" I only find 2 times in my Lord of the Rings copy. One is "for the dwarves had proved untamable by this means." And the other one would be "Legolas shall be for the elves and Gimli son of Gloin for the dwarves." But it's not in the appendix. It doesn't matter too much. I think I wouldn't say we got the answer to this, but what can be concluded is that at some point, of course, the dwarves returned here back to Erebor, here in the northeast, you could say, of Middle-earth. And yeah, then Thorin returned. He did not survive retaking Erebor, as we know, spoiler. Yeah, this I find definitely, though. "Beyond the Loon was elvish country, green and quiet, where no men went, but dwarfs dwelt and still dwell in the east side of the Blue Mountains, especially in those parts south of the Gulf of Loon, where they have mines that are still in use. For this reason, they were accustomed to pass east along the Great Road, as they had done for long years before we came to the Shire. At the Grey Havens dwelt Círdan, the shipwright, and so on and so forth." This is in a different chapter, though. It is the chapter about Númenor and the Dúnedain and their heirs. Eriador, Arnor, and the heirs of Isildur. There's a very short text here. "Between the Blue Mountains in the south, bounded by the Grey Flood and Sarbat, it's the greatest." At its greatest. That's very important for the context of the stand. At its greatest, Arnor included all Eriador except the regions beyond the Loon and the lands of the east of the Grey Flood in Loudwater, in which Rivendell Holland. Beyond the Loon, the elvish country, green and quiet, where no men went, but dwarves dwelled, and so on. So, yeah, this particular text, if we look at its greatest, Arnor included all of Eriador, except these regions here and there. And then we had a description in this context of that said region. And the next text even starts after Elendil and Isildur. There were 8 High Kings of Arnor. So this here goes more into the direction of the time of Arnor, which is the early Third Age and even the very late Second Age. So at this time, we have like the context that in these lands the dwarves still lived, but at this time also Moria was still settled. So I think here in the time context of this particular quote, it seems, yes, Lindon, the area here beyond the Loon, it's green, no men go there, we only have the dwarves, they use the east road to go back and forth. Yeah, I would definitely put this in a different context. Than the other quotes. It's a bit complicated, I think, because there's also a quote talking about how the Blue Mountains were abandoned at some point by the dwarves. But it's a different text, and Lord of the Rings, I guess, is the most let's call it canon source for me personally. We know, I wouldn't. Also, welcome, Two Kings, Mikey. Nice to see you. I haven't looked in chat for a moment, but it seems like I did miss your message for too long. I have to catch up with two chats. Love your Lord of the Rings videos. I have a little question. Okay, we'll come to this in a moment because currently we're still in the middle of answering the other question or discussing it because, yeah, it's always a complex topic with this. So, yeah, the Blue Mountain. Let me just see if I find something here. Which text? Unfinished Tales. There it is. Let me just see if I find that quote. So we can kind of puzzle things a bit together, as it is often needed to do in Tolkien's work. So there were, in these Blue Mountains, if we go into the first age, where here was Beleriand, east of these Blue Mountains, west of these Blue Mountains. So the landscape looked a bit different. First age map. Here we see now the Blue Mountains, and we see there's land west of it. And interestingly, there were two very famous dwarf cities in the Blue Mountains, Belegost and Norgoth, and those were broken after the War of Wrath, and then the mountains were also broken in half, kind of, and these cities were, I guess, ruined in this process. We can read about this in some text Tolkien wrote. Yeah, there's also an additional text. He was so troubled that he actually asked for my advice. So went with him to his halt in the Blue Mountains, and I listened to his long tale. And it's an interesting text here, but it's too far. It is said in Appendix A of the Lord of the Rings that the ancient cities of Norgoth and Belegost were ruined in the breaking of Thangorodrim, but in the Tale of Years in Appendix B, many dwarfs leaving their old cities in Ered Luin go to Moria and swell numbers. It's even in Appendix B, interestingly. Now we have to check the appendices. There was not the appendix, longer than I thought. So yeah, year 40 of the Second Age. Many dwarfs leaving their old cities in Ered Luin go to Moria and swell its numbers. It's actually in the Lord of the Rings. So after the breaking of these mountains in the Second Age, 40 years into the Second Age roundabout, they leave and also go to Moria. It says not all the dwarfs, it says many of the dwarfs, so there could still be some dwarfs left, but it's kind of interesting. Let me see if I find the exact note here in the text. Always a bit tough to find those. That is note 14. That's not far enough. There it is. The dwarves of Belegos were filled with dismay at the calamity and fear for its outcome. Celeborn had no liking for the dwarves of any race, as he showed to Gimli in Lothlorien, and never forgave them for their part in the destruction of Doriath. But it was only the host of Norgrod that took part in that assault, and it was destroyed in the battle of Sarn-Arthrat. The dwarves of Belegos were filled with dismay and calamity and fear for its outcome, and this hastened their departure eastwards to Khazad-dûm. Appendix 4. Thus the dwarves of Moria may be presumed to have been innocent of the ruin of Doriath and not hostile to the elves. In any case, Galadriel was more far-sighted in this than Celeborn, and she perceived from the beginning that Middle-earth could not be saved from the residue of evil that Morgoth had left behind him, save by a union for all the peoples who were in their way and in their measure opposed to him. A very interesting quote of this particular text. And yeah, here we have kind of the mention of them leaving in this particular. How canon these texts are is always a debatable thing. But yeah, you see it's a bit complicated with this. But Tolkien definitely describes in multiple texts, even in Appendix B in The Lord of the Rings, that dwarves slowly left here for this. If the mountains were completely abandoned, it's hard to tell. For me, it would be reasonable to assume, as also Otaku Senpai did, that some dwarves were definitely left in these mountains. Now, if we jump back to the Third Age, to the time of Arvedui, it's possible that at this time the mountains were mostly abandoned, because we also know that the dwarves always had trouble with their numbers, until Thorin returned and established new halls. It's not mentioned by Thorin that he came here, established new halls, and then there were also there was a dwarf kingdom in the neighborhood. That doesn't seem to be the case. That he wants to establish his own kingdom is kind of reasonable, maybe, but it's interesting that Tolkien never mentioned that, yeah, next to Thorin's halls were also the remaining halls, or whatever, an outpost of the Firebeards, and what were the others, chat? I always forget the dwarven house names. I think the Broadbeams, right? Firebeards and Broadbeams, yeah, the other house. So that is never mentioned. To be fair, the name Firebeards and Broadbeams is only mentioned, I think, in in Peoples of Middle-earth, the 12th of the History of Middle-earth books, in a text. But yeah, it's always complicated. Thank you, Grimrist, for mentioning the Broadbeams here. And yeah, it's kind of cool that it's a bit mysterious to puzzle this particular part together. Is Dr. Tolkien making this live? No. I'm definitely not that good to call myself Dr. Tolkien. But yeah, it's definitely, I have, let's say, a decent knowledge about this, and I guess we can just look into all these texts. So, to answer your question, I think your assumption, long talk here, Otaku Senpai, I think your assumption is kind of reasonable, that after Thorin Oakenshield left these halls, that maybe some dwarves stayed here. You know, I think in a context like this, it always makes sense, to me at least, that we have the opportunity, or we have the, let's say, call it idea. There will be always a dwarf who says, well, it would be nice to govern my own halls, even though it's just a small outpost. So finding some dwarf to say, yeah, you can here govern your own outpost. Of course, you are still under my command, but you can basically do what you want and be kind of a dwarf lord of these halls here in the Blue Mountains, staying back with some trusty lads here, and the others go then to Erebor. Yeah, I could imagine that this completely happened. Why not? Why give up these halls completely in this particular region and so on? It would also give up if, like, we can read that, and I read it a moment ago, that good old Thorin Oakenshield. Let me just try to find the quote again. So Throin and Thorin, with what remained of their following, among was Balin, returned to Dunland, and soon, and so on and so forth, until at last they made home in exile in the east of Ered Luin, beyond the Lune of Iron, where most of the things they had forged. But they prospered after a fashion, and their numbers slowly increased. So they kind of prospered and lived there, and they had iron. There was for sure need for iron in the region, so they could trade. There was a great road, so I guess it was not bad for the dwarves being there. There was a question about dwarves in the Shire. I potentially forgot to answer that. We know that at least Bilbo often had visits from, like, sometimes dwarves visited him. It seems to be somewhat unusual, but to be fair, we don't know too much about the lives of the other hobbits here in the Shire. Here's Hobbiton. And so it's hard to tell if they had a lot of contact with those, but since the Great Road went through the Shire, it definitely seems reasonable to assume that, yeah, the Shire folk had at times contact with dwarves here and there. So it seems a bit unusual. I think Bilbo was kind of an exception to some degree, but I would still say yes. They definitely had, potentially at least in Bree and so on and region, because if they had basically trade and business here on this road, then there are not that many places. Like Amon Sul wasn't anymore at this time. We had at the end Rivendell. It goes over to over the High Pass. It goes over to Rovanion and so on. There were potentially some farms here and there, but I guess the most settled area would be this area here. So if they have business here on this road, it would make sense that it was in this region here. So I could imagine that dwarves definitely passed through Bree, which was also described in the text I also earlier wrote about the meeting between Thorin and Gandalf. So in this regard, they could have had business. I mean, yeah, you can go to Bree, because the Green Way also crossing it was a possibility, and then go south to Tharbad. Sarnford was also here, by the way, around the corner. So I guess it would be shorter to just go this road. But yeah, hard to tell. Not all roads, of course, are drawn here onto the map. Also, there's a road going down all the way to Dunland, where the dwarves also lived for some time. Potentially also had some contact to the Dune landings, if you think about it. So there's definitely possibilities. Okay. So, let me think. Did I forget anything, Otaku? There might be some dwarves in the Misty Mountains. Yeah, for sure, it is possible. It depends a bit on the state of Gundabad, and that's always a bit difficult to reconstruct. But I could imagine, yes, that also some dwarves were somewhere living in the Grey Mountains. That's definitely a possibility. Also in the Misty Mountains, but also in the Grey Mountains. Yeah, I could imagine this as well. So I would definitely say that your assumption for your homebrew is definitely reasonable. It depends a bit when it plays, I guess. But for the most part, like let's say after the events of the Hobbit, for sure, I could imagine that Thorin left somebody here in the Blue Mountains to kind of have like, I don't know, what do you call it, be an administrator or have administrative purpose of maintaining these halls and so on. So there's that. What sort of things did the dwarves do when visiting the Shire other than drink and eat? It's definitely, there's an interesting quote from Bilbo. Let me just see if I find it. From Bilbo's birthday party, where he also let's see if I find the quote. Yeah, for example, Bilbo to his birthday party gives out presents to his guests and so on. Actually, in Hobbiton and Bywater, every day in the year was somebody's birthday, so that every hobbit in those parts had a fair chance of at least one present at least once a week, but they never got tired of them. On this occasion, the presents were unusually good. So when Bilbo had his birthday party, this is from The Lord of the Rings, chapter 1, a long expected party, and on this occasion, the presents were unusually good. The Hobbit children were so excited that for a while they almost forgot about eating. There were toys, the like of which they had never seen before, all beautiful and some obviously magical. Many of them had indeed been ordered a year before and had come all the way from the mountain of the mountain and from Dale, and were of real dwarf make. So it's a stupid example, I guess, because it says they have never seen something like this before. But interestingly, Bilbo ordered a year ago, here's Hobbiton, from Dale and from Erebor toys, and they were kind of delivered all the way over this thing here to the Shire. Some toys that were made by the dwarves and so on. So I could imagine that also the hobbits needed for iron, for working. Like the hobbits always seem to be like a folk that values agriculture. We have Farmer Maggot, like farming and so on, having farms and planting things and so on, tending those. As a result, they have need for tools, and since they potentially, I don't know that dwarves have any mines here mining iron. I'm not sure if there's any mention of this. The iron has to come from somewhere, and we know that the dwarves might have delivered this. Otherwise, they might have had contact further to this place. Maybe there were some mining operations still somewhere in the Misty Mountains here left, who knows? So from somewhere these materials have to come, and yeah, it would be a nice explanation if there was a demand for iron, else Thorin would have not prospered from it that much. So I could imagine that if they had kind of business with the Shire folk, the dwarves, that it could be definitely about iron, but also other things like toys and so on that were made here. So it's kind of interesting. In my headcanon, Bilbo's mental clock was of dwarvish make. Yeah, that's a cool idea as well. A Time Lord, that's a complicated question, I think. Rome 77 also has an interesting question. Alone of the Seven Fathers woke without a spouse. Where did his wife come from? Did he even marry for sure? Since there are more Durin, it's hard to tell, to be honest. It's a good question, Crafty Spirit. Staying for a moment. So I assume that in the idea of Durin, he awoke here in Gundabad and then he walked around. We know some dwarves were here and some dwarves here and there. And it seems like the dwarves left the mountains and explored Middle-earth, and then he must have met other dwarves from the other clans, and they were integrated or became members of Durin's fellowship, and it seems like there were also female dwarves if he had direct descendants, which I assume he had, because the Durins are always from the line of Durin, and it would be strange if that would not be the case. So he must have met a female dwarf and have children with her from one of the other houses. So there's that. And it kind of fits Durin because later, as we just in exploring this complicated question it's not a complicated question, but it's complicated to answer by Otaku Senpai, that also the Blue Mountain dwarves at some point went to Khazad-dûm to some degree. I could imagine others did as well. So Khazad-dûm and the House of Longbeard, the House of Durin, was always like a melting point or a meeting point of many other dwarven cultures. And so it only works if other dwarves also joined Durin. I guess that's why he's so potentially respected among the other dwarven houses, because his house consists of all the other houses in a way, if that makes sense. There's an interesting note in this context about, let me see if I find it. It will be actually tough to find, or I'm completely wrong. There is at the end of Appendix A, I think, a little dwarven thing. Some information. Before Bofor and Bombor were descendants from the dwarves of Moria, but were not of Durin's line. And then the sentence before that, let me just read there's a note, an interesting note about the this family tree of Durin. The names of those who were held to be kings of Durin's folk, whether in exile or not, are marked so. Of the other companions of Thorin Oakenshield in the journey to Erebor, Ori, Nori, and Dori were also of the house of Durin and more remote kinsmen of Thorin. Before Bofur and Bombur were descended from dwarves of Moria, but were not of Durin's line. So they were not directly related with the king. It shows that some of the companions later of Thorin were directly of Durin's line as well. Some were not, and were just dwarves of Moria. And I guess there would also be cases where dwarves are not even from Moria, but from basically from other folks, from other houses. As said, it's kind of that. So yeah, it's an interesting question. Timeless Halls question we come to in a moment. So I hope Otaku Senpai, this kind of answers your question. I like talking about dwarf and dwarf history always a bit, so that's why I wanted to take some time here. There's also an interesting screenshot from the films. From the first film, that is, Unexpected Journey. Let me see if I find it. What Thorin tells, or where Bilbo, I think, tells a bit this story. Here we see Thorin Oakenshield being somewhere and offering his work as a smith. So he's not in any halls yet and is working. So this could definitely reference the idea that they were in Dunland, settling there, maybe have to offer their hammer. I think there's even a quote that goes into this direction, offering the smithing work and so on. Even though he's like a noble dwarf, actually, who should not need to do stuff like this. But yeah, it definitely shows that these times formed the dwarves and their desire to go back to their actual home, to Erebor, and kick this dragon out of there. So yeah, there the desire definitely comes from. So this was a question by Otaku Senpai. Thank you for that. I hope it was kind of answered. Let me see if I even find Altburg on the map. Not sure where exactly it might be. But in Karen Wynn Fonstead, I trust. It's unfortunately none of her maps, it seems. That's unfortunate. Let me see what does the description say where it is. east mark in the fold? It is somewhere. That should be on the map though. We'll just see. One moment, chat. P35, page 89. P35. P35 is somewhere there. So kind of interesting, it's close to Dunharrow, it seems. I might be completely mistaken, but yeah, there was a question about Altburg, and Edoras is here, somewhere here on this side. I'm not sure how you enter it exactly, if you can enter it just going south from Edoras, or if to go around this little mountain thing here. But here's Dunharrow, is somewhere here in these mountains. And then here is, here's the East Fold, and here's an area called the Fold, according to Karen Wynne Fonstead, which usually does a fantastic job researching these locations, as long as the materials existed during the time she made this atlas. Whatever it is, then I assume Altburg was, or Altburg, however it's pronounced, it's a bit difficult to tell for me right now. That's Old English, Old Fortress, of course it means. Let me just double check the pronunciation while we are here. I'm not sure if it's an anglicized form. Let's search for old. Yeah, alt is the Old English form of old. So it's Altburg, hard to say. However, it is said the Altburg. I assume, maybe somebody in chat knows it better than me, to be honest, but if it's in the fold, as I think it is, then it should be somewhere in this region. However, yeah, what happened to this at this time? Hard to tell. I could imagine that Altburg still existed, even though it's not on the map here, and not on the Tolkien map, I think, as well, though I'm pretty sure it's not. But I would have to double check. Because if it would be on the map of Tolkien, it would be, you know, it would be here on this map here of Karen Fonstead as well, which is not. Dunharrow, though, like I said, must be somewhere here. I assume, since Edoras was empty and basically taken by the Dune landings here, I could imagine, because Altburg was not that far away. Though I guess they had to still focus their forces here on Helm's Deep and on Edoras to keep this, and were later surprised by the people in Dunharrow. However, in this context, I would also assume they abandoned it, potentially, and settled also in Dunharrow. It would be strange that the Dune landings, went to Edoras and stopped there and said, yeah, let's just ignore all the other places here, because this was a huge scale invasion to all the regions here of Rohan and bring the people to the ruin. They wanted to conquer Rohan completely. So it would be strange to just simply stop here. I guess as soon as they get closer, like Anorion is part of Gondor. They don't want to poke Gondor for this war. So, but yeah, I can't imagine. I could imagine, because it's not that far away. Sure, it's definitely some miles from here. Like, these are round about 60 miles. So this is maybe 30 miles further. They have to also go around this mountain range here a bit. But it would be strange if Altburg, if my assumption is correct, is here to just stop here and never have heard of this. For people wondering, that was the first capital before Edoras became capital of Rohan, to my knowledge. And considering that Dunharrow is right around the corner, I could imagine they abandoned it as well and went with Frealaf to Dunharrow. I don't know though. I don't have any text evidence for this. But yeah. Yeah, several dwarves were staying with him and accompanied Bilbo when he left the Shire. Yeah, that's also an important point. The dwarves accompanied Bilbo to Rivendell. There were 2 dwarves, I think, that accompanied him. It's not in the Peter Jackson films, but yeah. There was another interesting question, which I'm not sure if I can answer. Was there any dwarves? Yeah, like when he left, so there must have been some dwarves. There were even dwarves, I think, helping when Frodo moved to Crickhollow. If I remember correctly, there was Merry, and I think there were also dwarves helping him. I'm not 100% sure. Good to go. Yeah, see you later. Or Spielcup, thank you for joining. Have a good or nice rest evening. Oh, there was also a Twitch chat question earlier. I have to answer that as well. Question about Frodo Weiss. Let me just check. There was another question I might be able to answer quick. Like I said, people in chat, if I ignored your question for some time, just post it again at some point. Because usually we discuss one question, like you see, for like sometimes half an hour. So it sometimes takes some time for me to answer the questions. But I try to answer in a lot of detail. We could make a respiratory question. So TPG answer all of today's questions by 2030. Maybe. 2030 might be optimistic, I think, Storyteller. There was a question about the timeless halls. So Jonathan asked a question about the Hobbit movies. When Sauron is portrayed as a shadow spirit rather than having a Fana, it seems way more powerful than having a physical form. Is it not more powerful? That's a really good question, Johan. And I'm not sure I would even answer that, to be fair. I guess it always comes down to how you define power. We might come back to this in a moment. I might forget. So feel free to pose the question again later. I can't find the Timeless Hall question, though. That kind of makes me sad. I also... There, Rome77 asked, maybe we can answer this question really quick, chat. I'm not even sure if I can answer the question. I just hope to find a good answer in the Silmarillion for that, or a hint. That's what would be the first place where I would search for the answer to your question. It doesn't seem like I find the answer I hope for. That's a bit unfortunate, I guess. Yeah, did you create the Timeless Halls before creating the Ainur? So the text mentioning in the Silmarillion for the first time, the Timeless Halls is the following. But when the Valar entered into air, they were at first astounded and at a loss, for it was as if naught was yet made which they had seen in vision, and all was but on point to begin, and yet unshaped, and it was dark. For the great music had been but the growth and flowering of thought in the timeless halls, and the vision only for showing, but now they had entered in at the beginning of time, and the Valar perceived that the world had been but foreshadowed and foresung, and they must achieve it. So I think this doesn't 100% answer your question, I think. But what we get here, for the great music had been but the growth and flowering of thought in the timeless halls. So the great music of the Valar was in the timeless halls before this existed. Since air, which is kind of the universe, if that makes sense, or at least the area around Arda, did not exist before and was created with the great music, I would assume as well. I would assume that the timeless halls existed even before the rest of the universe. In this context, I would assume it existed technically before the Ainur were created. But this is just an assumption of me. The first sentence is, there was Eru, the one who in Arda is called Ilúvatar, and he made first the Ainur, the holy ones that were the offspring of his thought, and they were with him before aught else was made. Now, not sure if this includes the timeless halls or not. I think they are also barely mentioned in any text, so it's a bit difficult to tell if there's an earlier mention of the timeless halls. Let me just check the index of History of Middle-earth really quick. If I find something. Oh, let me see. It's also usually a very helpful book to have. Timeless halls. Now I also need to be good at the alphabet. There's so many names here sometimes. Sometimes you go through the index and you see a name and think, I've never read about this name in my life, I feel. Like Tifil. Have you ever heard about Tifil? That is the gnomish name of Tevildo, Prince of Cats. I forgot about that. There's just too many names, simply. Timeless. I'm actually surprised that there's time reckoning, timeless halls. It seems like the first mention of the timeless halls is History of Middle-earth book number 10, which is Morgoth's Ring. There we have it on page 14, 42, and then it's one time called Timeless Void on page 407. So now it becomes even more complicated. I have to get my physical copy of the book because there the page numbers are correct. The books start piling up here. So the first mention of the timeless halls is in Morgoth's Ring. So that was potentially written in the 50s. Very interesting. I thought the timeless halls were a concept much older, to be honest. I would have expected it to appear, and that was my hope, somewhere in a different book. But out beyond the world, in the timeless halls after the departure of the Valar, there was silence. And Ilúvatar sat and thought, and the holy ones that stood nigh moved not. Then Ilúvatar spoke, and he said, Verily I love the world, and am glad that it is. And my thought is bent to that place where are the mansions of elves and of men. Behold, the Eldar shall be the fairest of earthly creatures, and they shall have and shall conceive more beauty than all other offspring of my thought. And they shall have the greater bliss in the world. But to men I will give a new gift. Page 42, Morgoth's ring. So that's the first mention. It seems like, at least... Oh no, I lost a marker here in my thing. That's not good. Very interesting little quote here. That's the first mention. Oh, on 14. Oh, I forgot that. On 14 there's an earlier mention. Sorry, I skipped one. Timeless, beginning of time. Now I have to... No, I don't have a search for... that is. For the great music had been but the growth and flowering of thought in the timeless halls, and the vision only a foreshowing, but now they had entered in the beginning of time. This is basically the exact quote we have read. It's a bit different worded, but very similar to what we find in the Silmarillion I read at the beginning. So that is, the early version of the Ainur Lindale, the music of the Ainur. So in this context, that is also the first mention of this particular. That's on 402, if I remember correctly, was another mention. Now we should double check in just in case I'm not sad. 407, okay, I could have searched long. Let me see if I find it. I currently don't see it on this page. It's a notes page, so it's appearing in a note. Timeless halls. Timeless void, it is here. Conclusion. But Morgoth himself, the god, thrust through the door of night into the timeless void beyond the walls. Here, interestingly, in the index, it is kind of the timeless void is kind of put or understood as an equally to the timeless halls. Interestingly. I would kind of explore this a bit further, chat. Okay, that is then strange. No, okay, it's a mention of Christopher Tolkien himself. I found it just one time in the book of Lost Tales Part 1. I mean, it's complicated in this context. Also, I'm too stupid to spell the word timeless. There's mention of the outer void. And it's kind of... It's funny in the Book of Lost Tales. If you read it, you think, well, it's kind of straight. The history of the exiled gnomes, according to the later outline, the gnomes sojourned in the land of shadows, Isilome, and had dealings with the shadow folk. These were fays. No one knows whence they came. They are not of the Valar nor of Melkor, but it is thought that they came from the outer void and primal dark when the world was first fashioned. The gnomes found the waters of Mithrim, Ascon, and here Fëanor died, drowned in the waters of Mithrim. Okay, we know the story a bit different. But yeah, it's Book of Lost Tales. It's very, very early stuff of Tolkien. It's always fascinating. So yeah, to answer your question, we have two contradicting explanations for this place. Like, we know that the Ainur were created first. It was the first thing he made. If the timeless halls were already in existence at this time is not clear. They could have been also made at the same time. I have to admit, it's not, like I said, clear. What is 100% clear, though, is that the music of the Ainur was made in the timeless halls. So they existed at this time. So I can only say that the music of the Ainur is younger than the timeless halls, but I can't tell you exactly if the timeless halls existed before the Ainur were made. So I'm a bit sorry that I'm not 100% able to answer your question. From my understanding or from my interpretation, I would definitely say that where Eru is, if there is space, there's also the timeless halls already, and there the Ainur were made. I could imagine that the sentence he made first the Ainur, that this means in context the first other beings he created. The timeless halls are not a being, they are just a place. That is basically where Eru is. See you guys next time. I'm very, we just also have a, what do you call, slide well into the new year, as we say in German. Have a good one. See you guys next time. Have a nice rest evening. I'm very tired now, so I'm going to leave, but wish you all a happy year and nothing but positivity. I'm subscribed now, so we'll definitely check in the next stream if it is around at the same time. We are glad you could join. I'm not sure if I could answer, if I skipped your questions, that I'm sorry if I did and you have to leave now. But like I said, it's always a bit difficult answering questions in a lot of detail. Usually, we never get through all the questions. So, there's that. But yeah, at least you asked the question if there were dwarves at the party. Yes, there were. That question at least I could answer. Is it true that the hobbits were gifted the Shire lands by a king? Yes. The hobbits ask for the Shire from the king of their time, which starts with an A, the king. Argeleb, I think it was. Let me just see history. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the hobbits got... from Bree got official permission from King Argeleb II. To settle these lands. So yes, that is true. So maybe to answer your question really quick, yes, that is true. Yeah, the timeless halls. It's a bit difficult because we have this one quote, which I find interesting in the context of this question, that when I look for timeless halls, we also see the timeless void. And we know that Morgoth at the end Melkor gets kicked out of the world through the gates of let me just see the gates of night. And there the void basically starts. Let me just see. Or the doors of night, not gates. Now I remember why I don't find it. Doors of the door of night. It's called. It's actually an interesting topic, the door of night. Let me see how many mentions we find. Of the world and an ocean. The moon Marina chases him for his brightness, and he dives through the door of night. How he cannot return to the world, or he will die. He will find Elwing at the faring force. Always some interesting stuff here. Next mention, it seems to Eärendil, different spelling. That's the name actually of an Old Norse hero. That's the Old English spelling of it, or name of him. Eärendil sailed into the sky in continuing search for Elwing. He set sail on the oceans of the firmament in order to gaze over the earth, and that his passing through the doors of night, the entrance made by the gods in the wall of things in the west, see number 1, page 215 to 16, did not come about through any devising, but because he was hunted by the moon. Nonetheless, were already present the next mental coming of Eärendil to Kor, Tirion, and finding it deserted, the dust of diamonds on the shoes, the changing of Elwing into a seabird, the passing of the ships through the door of night, and the sanction against his return to the lands east of the sea. Like, it always reads, everything seems so familiar, but everything is completely different in this book. It's fascinating. From the door of night, as a ray of light leaped over the twilight rim. Next quote, what do we else have? With the dragon-headed door. That's also, like, do you know the image of the illustration of John Howe of the Door of Night? This is where the idea with all the dragons comes from. It's such a cool. My opinion, it's one of my favorite. I think is it by John Howe or by? I think it's, I forgot, or is it by Alan Lee? Wait a moment, I have to check it. I want to give the right person the credit for this illustration because I find it's very cool. I can show it maybe on screen for a moment in context of the book cover. Who made the cover again? Maybe somebody in chat knows. Also, sorry that we are losing, kind of getting lost in details here. You know, I'm a bit sad. Cover illustration, John Howe. Yeah, I remembered it correctly. Found it. It's on the back of the book. Do you know the Book of Lost Tale Part 2 illustration? That's always that's very fascinating to me. Let me see if I can bring it on screen. Don't tell me I don't have the book here in it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this illustration of the Book of Lost Tales Part 2 is by John Howe. And you see all these dragon heads here. There's very little description of the Door of Night. But here you see the ship of Eärendil, as he's still called in this book. Eärendil as the father of Elrond later. Like I said, this is 1910 stuff, so it's old, very old. Let's say 1916, 1920, it's that old. Long before even The Hobbit was created. And yeah, I think it's Vingilote on the ship and so on. And you see all these dragon things, and the reason why you see these dragon things is just this one description. With the dragon-headed door, line 20, the description of the Doors of Night in Hiding of Valinor. Its pillars are of the mightiest basalt, and its little likewise, but great dragons of black stone are carved thereon, and shadowy smoke pours slowly from their jaws. The description of Doors of Night is not, however, the gateway of the moon. In that description, the Door of Night is not, however, the gateway of the moon, for it is the sun that passes through it into the outer dark, whereas the moon dares not the utter loneliness of the outer dark by reasons of his lesser light and majesty, and he journeys still beneath the world, through the waters of Vai. Like I said, this is Book of Lost Tale. This is basically the early version of the Silmarillion. I often call it like the Silmarillion steroids. It's a very fascinating thing. You often read it and think, wow, what is all that? Another mention, just reference, the Moon Mariner chases him for his brightness, and he dives through the doors of night. How he cannot now return to the world, or he will die. Another thing here. But this has to do then with Eärendil. But yeah, the Book of Lost Tales is a fascinating book in my opinion. So yeah, there was this question. What is interesting, like later, I'm not sure if it's already in the Book of Lost Tales. No, it is actually. There is the mention, wait. There is another mention in the, what is it called? The Shaping of Middle Earth. yeah. So here we are in the 1930s, I would assume. 20s, let's say 20s to early 30s, roundabout. That's the Shaping of Middle-earth book, the third History of Middle-earth book. And then we have the following quote. Morgoth is thrust through the door of night into the outer dark beyond the walls of the world, and a guard set forever on that door. So here the idea already emerges of that Morgoth / Melkor as he's called in the Book of Lost Tales stuff, is kicked out of this door into the void. It's not clear where exactly this leads in the Book of Lost Tales, I guess the Outer Dark or something. So, and if this part is, or what is beyond this door is still part of the world or not. We have the comparison between the timeless halls and the timeless void. Is what lies beyond this door, is this already the timeless void? So basically part of the halls of Eru in a strange way. I don't know. So it's very difficult to answer. My reasoning or my understanding, though, is still, if we now go back to the quote from the Silmarillion, there was Eru, the one who in Arda is called Ilúvatar, and he made first the Ainur, the holy ones, that were offspring of his thought, and they were with him before aught else was made. Kind of, it's not clear if this just means other beings, Ea, or if the place, the timeless void, was also not made initially. That is not 100% clear to me in this context. All we know is that the music of the Ainur, like the timeless halls, must have been made before the music, because as we can read later in the text, for the great music had been but the growth and flowering of thought in the timeless halls. So we know that the great music was made in the timeless halls in the context of this quote. So in the order, they come definitely before the great music, but it's not clear if they come also before the creation of the Ainur. That I can't unfortunately fully tell you. I would say the text is not clear on that. And the concept of the timeless halls, or the mentioning of them, only happens in Morgoth's Ring, which was, I think, mostly text from the 50s. And in these early texts, we still had the idea of, like, what was it here? The door, the outer dark. So yeah, that's, I guess, very unsatisfying answer to your question, unfortunately. I think it's not clear. It depends a bit on your interpretation. I could imagine that maybe when Eru was definitely potentially there before the timeless halls, or maybe the timeless halls are even a part of the entity itself, who knows. But I could imagine that they were kind of made in parallel for the most part, because when there were Ainur, there needs to be a place for them to be. I mean, in theory, like in my understanding, it would make sense. Eru exists, creates the timeless halls to dwell in, and then he creates the Ainur to dwell with him in the timeless halls, and then the music of the Ainur is created, and then Ea and Arda comes to be. That would be my thought here, but I don't know exactly. But it's a very interesting question, to be fair. I hope that there was some hint that might help us here in this context. Then we finally come to the Twitch chat question, which was asked a long time ago, an hour ago. I'm sorry, but like I said, I will go in so much detail through each question that sometimes we need like half an hour to answer one of those or longer. So yeah, you see, we won't get through that many questions today, I think. But this is, I think, easier. First of all, yeah, Two Kings Mikey. Oh, that's also something I wanted to do. There is chat thing going on, which I maybe should bring on screen. Let me just try something. Oh, I hate when this doesn't work. I could just show you the chat. So for people on Twitch, they can maybe see which people I'm currently talking to. I don't know why on YouTube sometimes the chat doesn't load. Which is now the case. However, yeah, your question. So thank you first of all for your kind words. Hello, love your YouTube videos. Much appreciate. I have a little question. And I copy it on screen. Let's give me a moment. Question 1. Now the chat works perfectly, so I can kind of try to get this going. No, that's not how it works, I guess. Production, always tough to make. So first of all, the question, maybe if I move it a bit and make it a bit smaller, can maybe get also the chat on screen, which I completely forgot about. Yeah, I guess it kind of works. We put it on Bilbo's head a bit, something maybe like here. Okay. I think we got that. Nice. Okay, chat. Now people can see at least what's going on, chat. I'm thinking that the void is the counterpart and reference to Dante's Hell. I think it's an interesting idea, but I feel a bit like that Tolkien's idea of the void, of the timeless void, is kind of neutral in a way. It's just an empty space, a realm. It's not necessarily good or evil in a way. It's just kind of neutral. That's how I always thought about this. Like, it does not necessarily have a specific function of countering him or anything. It's just part, especially considering that the appendix, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it's composed by Christopher Tolkien as well. I could be wrong. Who composed the appendix here? No, it's compiled by Helen Armstrong, so it's not by Tolkien. Interesting. When was the appendix made? 2002. So Christopher Tolkien was still alive to ask at this time. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure how this kind of is connected. However, coming to the other question here. Frodor Weiss is portrayed as being quite Finnish-inspired in Lord of the Rings Online. How true is that to the appendices and the lore of Middle-earth? So, if we, of course, go to our good old friend, the map of the, let's say, Third Age, we see that Forod-wise is here, the northern waste. To my knowledge, there is extremely little description of this area. We have the name of it. Forod-wise. We know the people are called, have the same name. We just know it's a vast cold region in Middle-earth, as it's here described. Unfinished Tales of West at the end of the Third Age map. Only note that what is called Northern Waste is the same. Equated to the Northern Waste. I have to get my Unfinished Tales copy. One moment. German. Well, my desk is filling with books slowly. So, I remember there is a map somewhere here, but it's not in my digital version. Nice Bay of Forochel, Forod-wise, Mount Gundabad. Yeah, the west of Middle-earth and so on and so forth. I'm not sure what they are referencing there, to be honest. I think it's just the location that it's in the north. But I guess it's not a surprise that the Northern Waste is kind of cold. So I guess that makes kind of sense. I'm not sure if there's any note to this map. No. Yeah, even with the colored version of it, which is very beautiful in this book here. But whatever. So, yeah, it's bitterly cold due to proximity to Morgoth's realm. Continue to remain cold into the later ages. There's a footnote in Lord of the Rings about the snowman, it seems. There it is, I hope. Okay, it's kind of surprising, I guess. Yeah, for a while, we also read this in a previous answer, I think. For a while, Arvedui hid in the tunnels of the old dwarf mines near the far end of the mountains, but he was driven at last by hunger to seek the help of the Lossos, the snowmen of Forochel. There's a footnote about these snowmen. These strange, unfriendly people, kind of interesting Tolkien calls them unfriendly, remnant of the Forod-wise, men of far-off days accustomed to the bitter colds of the realm of Morgoth. Indeed, those colds linger still in that region, though they lie hardly more than 100 leagues north of the Shire. The LotR's house is the snow, and it is said that they can run on the ice with bones on their feet and have carts without wheels. They live mostly inaccessible to their enemies on the great cape of Forohel that shuts off to the northwest of the immense bay of that name. But they often camp on the south shores of the bay at the feet of the mountains. So that's kind of an interesting note here that I was not aware, because I've read this note in the past, but that is a long time ago. Sometimes you forgot these little details. So what is interesting here is accustomed to the bitter cold of the realm of Morgoth. That I find fascinating, because on this map thing here is Forohel, in case people wonder where we're talking. This is the bay we are talking. Here's the Forod Wise, and it is assumed that somewhere here in this region north was the first fortress of Morgoth at some point, which was called Utumno, also known as Udun, as Gandalf says to the Balrog, the famous words. A flame of Udun, he calls him, and yeah, he is a Balrog of Udun, of the first fortress of Morgoth, and that's why Gandalf calls him that. And it was potentially, it's not clear if it's still reachable or if it was also sunk into the ocean. Like, the map unfortunately ends here. I can't fully show it to you, but there is a theory that it might have been in this area here somewhere, and was also, with the world reshaping and so on and so forth, after the destruction of Beleriand and so on, was also with the other fortress, which was, I don't know, here somewhere. I'm actually sure this is Tolkien, Himlung, yeah, maybe here. Here somewhere in this region, Angband was also sunk into the ocean. So they just said, yeah, well, the other Utumno we also sink into the ocean, and then it got sunk there as well. Definitely the indication here in this note, which I find very interesting, is in this context very fascinating to me, to be honest. But they're accustomed to the cold, and they also says, the bitter cold of the realm of Morgoth. Indeed, those colds linger still in that region, though they lie hardly more than 100 leagues north of the Shire. So the Shire of beautiful weather, and then you have this mysterious cold in the north that here Tolkien says basically, well, if we think about it, it's bitter cold here already, but the Shire is not that far away from this particular area. So here everything is fine, and suddenly snow starts falling like crazy, and we have this wasteland, and it's very cold. Tolkien explains this, that this cold still lingers due to the power of Morgoth that once has reached there. But that's an interesting kind of thing here. So in this context, I think it might be different from Finland, because Finland is not always cold in this regard, to be fair. And it seems like these northern wastelands are so cold due to the power of Morgoth that once resided there. We can even, that also kind of gives us an interesting idea about the Witch King. Carndum was once his fortress, and he also seems to control the cold, or can create cold, as the LotR's belief. And if you think about it, that in Morgoth's Ring we can basically read that the dark power, or the power of Morgoth that he infused the world itself with, was always a requirement for, let's call it, the dark spells and magic and so on that Sauron later uses, which he potentially also taught his servants, in this case the Witch King. So that there's a connection that in this region that the Witch King has some control to make cold in this particular area because Morgoth's power is still strong in this particular region, kind of makes an interesting connection that I never have seen before, to be honest. So it's kind of an interesting detail, I think. It's also supported by the literature with the mentions of the flooding of the tunnels of Utumno. Yes, definitely, Grimrist. Definitely. Thomas B. Anderson, welcome. Nice to see you. What if Lobelia Sackville Baggins got the ring? Then we would be doomed, I guess. A powerful new Dark Lordess would have emerged and then taken over the world. And she would have hoarded all the spoons, all the silver spoons in the world at her fortress. That is my interpretation of this particular question, to answer this question. Yeah, but welcome, nice to see you. So, Two Kings Mikey, I'm not sure if you're still there and listening. I hope you are. It took me some time to get to your question. So, I'm not sure if there are any interesting mentions of how this could have been, how this area particularly looks. How this particular area in the Far East actually might look. The region was once inhabited by Forodwais. The Forodwais are also the Lossos. These snowmen are related to those people, it seems. Tolkien, this particular quote, also distinguishes between the Forodwais, the people, and the Lossos later on. Yeah, there were remnants of these people. So there lived men at some point. Maybe also connected to Morgoth for whatever reason. I don't know how exactly they got there. But that's another interesting detail. Let me just check if I find some additional information. Okay, that is an interesting connection I was not aware of. That is also an interesting connection. Let me just kind of try to find it. So there's one mention I was never aware of. That's kind of was just not aware of. Interestingly, I read this chapter once, but that this detail I've forgotten about. It's about Amros and Nimrodel. We know that the ship that Amros was on was kind of blown away from the shore. What is interesting in this context I was not aware of is we can read about the storm that basically, first of all, in the autumn there came a great night of storm, one of the fiercest in the annals of Gondor. It came from the cold northern waste and roared down through Eriador into the lands of Gondor, doing great havoc. The White Mountains were no shield against it, and many of the ships of men were swept out into the Bay of Belfalas and lost. The light elven ship was torn from its moorings and driven into the wild waters towards the coast of Umbar. So it was definitely quite a push for this little ship of the elves. Umbar is all the way down here. We have like Iselond here potentially. That is change the size of my marker. Yeah, it was kind of here. Here's Dol Amros, jumped to the ocean, tried to swim back, and so on. But the storm came from the northern waste, from all the way here in the north, just went through Eriador and even through Gondor. It's kind of interesting. Was never aware of this particular detail. I connect the losses to the Sami culture. Yeah, it's north of Tolfuin. Yeah, just oriented to Himling, because when we go, but you're right, it should be here somewhere, because Tolfuin is what is left over. Like Himring is here, the Isle of Himling is what is left of Himring, and here is Tower Nufuin, and I think a part of what is left here is this isle, and then we have the grave of Morwin. That is a bit further further west. Stone of the Hapless. Where is it exactly? Hollowed stone on the banks of the river Teiglin. That's commemorates Ninja, Morwen and their mother. Here somewhere must be Morwen's grave, right? So yeah, it kind of makes sense on the map here. Morwen, Tolfuin, here was a thing. The north of this is Angband. Himling is here. I always think Himling is a bit further away from Tolfuin, but I guess it's close. It's close enough. If it's this area here, yeah, then it's actually north. So yeah, something like that. Whatever. So this doesn't answer really your question. It's an interesting one, because I think if they want to make the northern waste somewhat appealing or interesting, besides just being a gigantic snowfield with some mountains in it, then I guess it kind of makes sense. However, it definitely seems that the northern waste was like magically or supernaturally, due to Morgoth's power that still is strong in this region, as we just learned, definitely always cold. So I would more compare it to Arctica or Antarctica, In this regard, if I'm completely honest, then explicitly to Finland, or if you go to the very north to Finland, you're basically already there. But yeah, it goes definitely into this direction. Yeah, the Lossos potentially invented the snow skis and so on and so forth. Yeah, some interesting details we have there. I do wonder whether the northern ways extends from the Bay of Forochel all the way to the East Sea. Definitely possible, if I'm honest. However, it depends. Like I said, this is like also an interesting detail in this context. Unfortunately, I don't have the East Sea here on the map, but I would also assume it goes far. It depends a bit how far the power of Morgoth spreads. I think at some point it should stop doing that, at least to this extent. So maybe it normalizes a bit further towards the east again. The problem is I only have my self-made map, which is not very precise. Let me take the third age map or something. So here's the Bay of Forochel. It's not very precise. Here's this weird thing. And you see the northern waste could go all the way here. Question is if it continues here on this part. I don't think so, to be honest. I think it's more like this particular area here, if that makes sense. But I don't know for sure. I think it's not described that detailed by Tolkien. The northern waste stretches far. It definitely stretches out far into the east. The question is how far now? Like it could be this part here we know here. We also have the cold connection here, so that this is basically the supernatural cold area of the world. Definitely a possibility, I guess. If you think about Helcaraxe going over here, I guess we see it better in the first age map. You know, we definitely know even here was ice and was cold and so on. So yeah, the possibility is definitely there. You also have to consider that this is first age, this is not a sphere, it's flat, and then only Numenor is still flat, and after Numenor is gone, it becomes a sphere. So yeah. Rovanion, Grey Mountains. Yeah, that's definitely northern waste, north of Rovanion and the Grey Mountains. I'm not sure if that was the question. Mostly those elvish ruins. I also have a dragon. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting idea that there are elvish ruins and so on, and Garantia residing there. I was just thinking about his statement, yeah. But yeah, you see here, the northern waste is still here. Here we have the Sea of Rune, further, the Iron Hills. I could imagine this continues to this point, but I could imagine that slowly when we reach the Orokarni, that we might we also slowly get to the sea potentially. Who knows how much space there is still beyond. That it might be still cold there, but maybe not as extreme as in this particular area here. You know? Hard to tell. Don't want to move the map around too much, so don't people get dizzy. But yeah, it's a very interesting question, to be fair. But yeah, I hope this is kind of answered now. Currency is like no dot Dracula. I like this idea. I want to keep populate food-wise with woolly rhinos and mastodons. That's funny. They have reindeer herder energy. But yeah, I like the idea as well. I could imagine that people also made some of these connections. And maybe to make it a bit more interesting, they connected maybe to the Finnish region. We know that Tolkien liked the Finnish language a lot. Became in parts Finnish was like an inspiration for Quenya. So there's that. The question for me is now, what is the next question on the list, chat? I know there were tons of questions which I just skipped. The Men on the Moon? Time Lord? That's a good question. Another question is the story of the Men and the Moon, the Hobbits sing, just a myth? Or is it based on any real history from men? That's a really interesting question. I would assume, like, I guess it's more like you definitely have to think it from the perspective of mythology for sure. So yeah, there are, I think, multiple references for this stuff. It's a bit complicated as always. So what is interesting in Tolkien's idea? There is I'm not sure if I have an illustration of him, to be honest. I'm just currently looking into an artwork to find. Let me see. Do I? There's of course the entity. No, I don't have an artwork of Tilion. That's a bit unfortunate, to be honest. So I can't help you with that. I don't have an artwork, simply. The man in the... Like, there's Tilion who kind of guides the moon. So there's definitely a connection already in the mythology or in the Silmarillion of Tilion. Yeah, the maiden whom the Valar chose from among the Maiar to guide the vessel of the sun was named Arien, and he that steered the island of the moon was Tilion. In the days of the trees, Arien had tended the golden flowers in the gardens of Vanar and watered them with the bright dews of Laurelin. But Tilion was a hunter of the company of Orome, and he had a silver bow. He was a lover of silver, and when he would rest, he forsook the woods of Orome, and going into Lorien, he lay in dream by the pools of Este, in Tilperion's flickering beams. and he begged to be given the task of tending forever the last flower of silver. Arwen, the maiden, was mightier than he, and she was chosen because she had not feared the heats of Laurelin and was unhurt by them, being from the beginning a spirit of fire, who Melkor had not deceived nor drawn into his service. So, it's kind of interesting details here about these two in the Silmarillion already. Kind of fascinating. And yeah, of course, there is a man associated with the moon. It seems though the idea was a man that in the moon there are definitely these tales Tolkien also composed, and there's even a very early story of Tolkien from 1925 or something. Referendum, it's called. And there it's about, I think, a dog named Rover, and he goes on an adventure to the moon. He wrote it for his son Michael, and so on and so forth. So the idea of that there is somebody living here, the greatest of all magicians, according to Tolkien Gateway, the greatest of all magicians and lives, the greatest of all magicians, and lives within a wide tower in the moon with a telescope. So there's another idea. The man in the moon also appears in the letters from Father Christmas. There's also a mention of this, I think. The man in the moon, there is definitely also a real life explanation here. If we go on Wikipedia, there are various explanations for how the man in the moon came to be. A long-standing European tradition holds that the man was banished to the moon for some crime. Jewish law says that the image of Jacob is engraved on the moon. Another held that he is the man caught gathering sticks on the Sabbath and sentenced by God to death by stoning in the Book of Numbers. Some Germanic cultures thought he was a woodcutter found working on the Sabbath. Interesting, that is kind of so parallel. There's a Roman legend that he is a sheep thief. So it seems in multiple different cultural cultures in Europe, but also, for example, in the Jewish culture, there is the idea that there's a face or a man kind of engraved onto the surface of the moon. I feel the idea behind this might be you look into the sky and look at the clouds, for example, during day, and then you also see kind of forms like a sheep, a cow, or sometimes faces in the clouds. So I think it's kind of very human thing to look at something that might be some kind of abstract and then see a pattern in it and try to contextualize this and see an idea. I think that's where this idea comes. It seems it is definitely present in different cultures that people see like a face in the moon and say, yeah, that's a man in the moon. And here the idea comes from. One medieval Christian tradition claims that he is Cain, the wanderer, forever doomed to circle the earth. Dante's Inferno alludes this. For now does Cain with fork of thorns confine on either hemisphere, touching the wave beneath the towers of Seville. Yes, the night the moon was round. It's mentioned again in the Paradise, so on and so forth. Is there any other things? In Chinese mythology, okay, Norse mythology, Moni, I think it's pronounced Moni, it's a long A, is the male personification of the moon who crosses the sky in a horse-drawn carriage. Which is kind of interesting that Tolkien has definitely some inspiration from this Norse mythology stuff for sure. Of the moon who crosses the sky in a horse carriage. He is continuously persuaded by the great wolf Hati, who catches him at Ragnarök. Mani or Moni simply means moon. In German, the word is for moon is Mond. So there the O sound is still kind of preserved, I guess. In Chinese mythology, the goddess Chang'e, I'm not sure how it's pronounced. I have no idea. Wait, I could maybe look it up. Is there maybe a IPA? Chang'e. It's really Chang'e. Okay. Is stranded upon the moon after consuming a double dose of an immortality potion. In some versions of the myth, she is accompanied by Yutu, a moon rabbit. Another mythology tells a story of Wugang, a man on the moon who is trying to cut down a tree that always regrows. That is interesting that this tree idea kind of survived. Like in what we have seen in Germanic culture, there's a woodcutter found working on Sabbath. So that's very interesting to me, to be honest, that this idea of a moon somebody cutting a tree on the moon seems to be in multiple versions. So let's pretend they have some origin together, because humanity is very related with each other. This could kind of indicate that this is an insanely old idea of men, that there's some person on the moon. Very fascinating. Now, just scrolling through different mythologies about this Haida mythology that are, people of North America. They also, a figure represents a boy gathering sticks. The boy's father had told him the moon's light would brighten the night, allowing the chore to be completed. Not wanting to gather sticks, the boy complained and ridiculed the moon. As punishment for his disrespect, the boy was taken from Earth and trapped on the moon. That's kind of tough. In Japanese mythology, it's said that a tribe of human-like spiritual beings live on the moon. This is especially explored in the tale of the bamboo cutter. I don't know the tale of it, but it's kind of interesting that it's, again, if you consider bamboo some kind of wood, that's a woodcutter again. Vietnamese mythology also has a man on the moon named Ku Oi. I'm not sure how it's pronounced. He was originally a woodcutter on Earth who owned a magical... It's so fascinating that the woodcutter motive appears so many times. That's a kind of interesting connection here. So, very fascinating that there's a woodcutter on the moon. The long story short, Tolkien included this in earlier writings of him, and then I assume said, the mythology of the men of the moon I want to include as well, and put them into the Hobbit stuff. There we have it. In the chapter, it's a sign of a prancing pony. They have the song later in this chapter. There's an inn. Well, people are already using fireworks outside. It's not New Year's Eve yet. There is an inn, a merry old inn beneath an old grey hill. And there they brew a beer so brown that the man in the moon himself came down one night to drink his fill. There's also I think we see some lines of this also sung by Merry and Pippin in the Peter Jackson adaptation as well. So, yeah, I think That's very fascinating. It's nice to see the question on screen. Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot to copy the question. Sorry. The question is, where was the question? So yeah, let's get the production here rolling. That was a question we were talking about. Another question is the story of the man in the moon, the Hobbit thing as the mist, or based on a real history from men? So it is potentially not directly in this world, though in parts potentially yes, it is, with Tilion and so on, that there's some men accompany the moon. Some interesting questions today, I have to admit, like really awesome. What was the richest part of the First Age for you story-wise? I think it definitely must be the Great Tales, I think. Like, I love Beren and Luthien, the Fall of Gondolin, though in the order, it's of course a bit different, I guess, but yeah, and also the Children of Húrin, because they are the most fleshed out stories in all of this, and I think, though, as a result, they seem to be like the richest area. Like, they're very important stories in this regard, and people love those characters and so on. Like, for me, definitely Beren and Luthien is my favorite story of the First Age, so around this time, things start to get really interesting as well. And there's some wide consequences. And they're even like connected, like Húrin visiting later Gondolin again. I mean, when if I just checking the birth dates, Túrin is born First Age 464. Beren dies the first time. First Age, let's say First Age or Fourth Age. I mean First Age. Sorry. By birth of Túrin is First Age 432, and he dies First Age 466. So these stories kind of happen in parallel, interestingly. Though the death of Túrin was 499. And yeah, 466. So not in parallel, but close to each other. As a result, I would kind of count that this part, and then of course the Fall of Gondolin, relatively close together in a time. Yeah, 510 is the Fall of Gondolin. Sure, there are some years apart, to be honest, but I feel like it's kind of part of the same time frame, the Great Tales. As a result, they kind of belong somewhat together for me. Also, welcome Marcel, nice to see you. And for the Twitch people maybe joining, I also stream on YouTube. In case you wonder, you see the YouTube chat here on screen. Oh, Schnack is also here. Welcome. Nice to see you. So yeah, there was a question, what is the richest part story-wise? I'm not sure if I answered the Hobbit myth thing, but I think I gave it a good go, to be fair, for like a question it's kind of difficult to answer. The other question we just talked about was this one here. What's the richest part of the First Age for you story-wise? I'm stressing over a game. Which game are you playing, Schnake? So, chat, what is do we have another question in chat? There are tons of questions I skipped, I'm sorry. Like, you can definitely repost your question if I haven't answered it yet. Okay, playing Satisfactory. Understood. Construct from Matrix. I mean, questions related to Lord of the Rings. To take a hit on I guess 12. So it's a hedron dodecaeder. I'm not sure if the English if it's the same as in. I didn't see the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, don't worry. Okay, a dodecahedron is a dodecaeder in German. Okay, just want to be clear. So it's 12. Whatever. Do you think a dwarf burger restaurant would run well? Yes, I think so because everybody likes dwarves, Schnake. Everybody really likes dwarves, and it would be great to have a dwarf restaurant where you can eat something that's also popular. Burgers are also popular. So since dwarves like meat, and stuff, I could imagine, as long as the dwarf burger is not dwarf size, then I think it could work. I think burgers made of dwarfs. I think that would not go so well because dwarfs are. I imagine dwarfs to be chewy, I think is the word. Zäh. They are hardy folk, so yeah, they're potentially not easy to chew. So I think that just would not go too well. But I think a general burger restaurant would kind of work. What's the most common surname in the United States? I have no idea. Smith or something? Yeah. According to just at least Google says Smith. Frodo's uncle. That's always complicated with the family tree of the hobbits. Because I'm always not sure how Bilbo and Frodo are related. So, yeah, Mungo is, I think, the grandfather of Bilbo. And Bungo is the father. Bungo Baggins is the father of Bilbo. The complicated part is now connecting them to Frodo. The grandfather... Yeah, the grandfather would be Largo. So the uncle of... Drogo is the father. It needs to be the brother. The uncle of Frodo... Okay, let me look into the Appendix C really quick, because I don't know all the Hobbit names out of my head. Family tree... Hobbiton. Bingo... Meriadoc... Bilbo... Bungo... Mungo... Longo, Bilbo... Bingo, it's not right. Lago... Frodo... Dora is his aunt then. So the uncle is the brother of Bilbo's father. And the brother of Bilbo's father is Dudo Baggins, according to Appendix C. It's kind of interesting that Bilbo is complicated in this regard. Because, like, Frodo's Fosgo is the grandfather of Frodo, right? Yes. So the great-grandfather of Frodo is Largo Baggins. And Largo is the brother of Mungo, which is the grandfather of Bilbo. And that is how Bilbo and Frodo are related. Don't ask me what this is in any kind of expressed language. What race does Aragorn belong? It's men, to be precise. He is of the Westmen, of the Dúnedain, which are part of, yeah, I don't know, it could say follow-up group of the Edain, but yeah, technically it's just the overall category would be men. Also, there's a second Aragorn, but he's also like Aragorn. There's a second Aragorn in history, but both belong to the Dúnedain, to men. Whatever, doesn't matter. There's still a discussion about Glorfindel going on, which I still can't follow. But yeah, chat. Let's go back to production. So we answered this question, right? I did. So what's the next question, chat? I could scroll up a bit and try to find like some interesting lore question. Another question of the moon. We answered that in a lot of detail, chat. And Goldberry wishes Frodo and friends a good night and tells them that the door will shut out the night. Is that a vague... That's a very cool question. Let's look into this for a moment. I could imagine you are kind of right. I think that might actually be a reference to that. That's a question from much earlier, but a strange one nonetheless. Where do we have it? It is in book 1. I would assume in the house of Tom Bombadil. Liquid humans. So, come dear folk, she said, taking Frodo by the hand. Laugh and be merry. I'm Goldberry, daughter of the river. Then lightly she passed them, and closing the door, she turned her back to it, with her white arm spread out across it. Let me just read the sentence again. Then lightly she passed them, and closing the door, she turned her back to it, to the door, with her white arms spread out across it. Let us shut out the night, she said, for you are still afraid, perhaps, of mist and tree shadows and deep water and untamed things. Fear nothing, for tonight you are under the roof of Tom Bombadil. Belong to Gimli. But let us look into this. So what is the reference here made in this particular context here? So I'm not sure if it is, but you could be actually right. I think that's an interesting kind of idea that you see here, but I'm not 100% sure. Let us shut out the night, she said. So if we go to the Silmarillion, there is the mention of the Door of Night. We talked earlier about it, and the artwork by John Howe. We can read in the Silmarillion in the chapter before the Akalabes, which would be the voyage of Eärendil and the War of Wrath. There we get at the end a little mention of what happens to Morgoth after he has been defeated at the end of the First Age, after the War of Wrath. But Morgoth himself the Valar, thrust through the door of night, beyond the walls of the world into the timeless void, and the guard is set forever on those walls, and Eärendil keeps watch upon the ramparts of the sky. The guard is not near defined, so there's the guard of the doors of night, and there's also Eärendil, who keeps watch on the ramparts of the sky. Yet the lies that Morgoth, the mighty and accursed, Morgoth Bauglir, the power of terror and of hate, sowed in the hearts of elves and men, are a seed that does not die and cannot be destroyed, and ever and anon it sprouts anew, and will bear dark fruit even unto the latest days. Who's the wizard in the Lord of the Rings? Gandalf would be the wizard. Half of him is still active. Morgoth don't pose any risk to hobbits. In the Third Age show, he was long gone. Dumbledore. Strong Schnarke. But yeah, so the idea that there's a door that shuts out the night. So, like I said, Morgoth kicked through the door. In the door, there was a guard in front of it. Not sure if you can. I mean, it says Door of Night, so in theory you can close it, but I always imagine it as kind of a gateway, as we have seen in this illustration from the Book of Lost Tales. This one here. So he was kicked through that, and to keep him out of the world. I kind of like the idea that she shut the door and shut the night out. I'm not sure though, because I'm not a native speaker, if this is just like an English saying to some extent or not. I can't tell you that. Yeah, Dumbledore was from Harry Potter. But Schnarke is just making fun here. He's very good at that. Old Man Willow also has some Morgoth vibe. It is described how he corrupted all the trees in the forest. Yeah, that's true. He's definitely a strange entity. Not sure what exactly going on with him. Morgoth didn't pose any risk to the hobbits in the Third Age show. He was long gone. Ben Frere, that is of course correct. But you have to consider the following. Like parts of Morgoth, like I just read here in the Silmarillion quote, yet the lies that Melkor is Morgoth, Melkor the mighty and accursed, Morgoth Bauglir, as he's also called, the power of terror and of hate, sowed in the hearts of elves and men, are a seed that does not die and cannot be destroyed. And ever and anon it sprouts anew, and will bear dark fruit even unto the latest days. There was later on another chapter. Here we also have the idea of Arda Mart. Here enters the Silmarillion, if it has passed from the high and the beautiful to darkness and ruin. That was of old the fate of Arda Mart. So the world was destroyed or damaged by Morgoth, and it's called, the term Tolkien and Christopher Tolkien had for this is Arda Mart. And there's also Arda healed later, but that's a different story. And if any change shall come to the marring and amended, Manwë and Varda may know, but they have not revealed it, and it is not declared in the dooms of Mandos. There was a version where Morgoth returns one day, and basically there is the apocalypse or the Ragnarök or whatever you want to call it, Ragnarok, where the world, where the evil comes back and is ultimately defeated, and then the world is made anew that was also part of Tolkien's ideas at one point, but it was kind of omitted from the published Silmarillion by Christopher Tolkien, and that's why it ends here, and he has this sentence here at the end that hints at this might come, but it's not known, so he leaves it kind of open in this context. There's another interesting concept that Tolkien has in this, like, Morgoth was once the strongest of the Valar, Melkor as he was called back in the day, and in this context, Melkor was even more powerful than all the other Valar combined. And only because he started spreading his power out into the world. Also, excuse me, can you stop spamming in chat, please? And that is, let me just see, where is my book? He spread his power, and through spreading his power, the entity itself, or the power, was not focused anymore on the entity itself, because, as said, it was spread out into the world. And there is a book called Morgoth's Ring, and Morgoth's Ring is the world itself. And in this context, like, Sauron made his little ring where he put parts of his power into, and then used the ring for himself. Morgoth used the world itself as his ring, so to say, and he put a big part of his power into it, into the world itself, to corrupt it. And Tolkien writes in a text that is published in the 10th of the History of Middle-earth books, and the book is called Morgoth's Ring, fitting name for this particular book. Morgoth's power was disseminated throughout gold. Tolkien has here the example of gold. It has a bad tendency, or an evil tendency in it. And Tolkien writes here in this particular text, I lost the line, yeah. Morgoth's power was disseminated throughout gold, if nowhere absolute, for he did not create gold. It was nowhere absent. There's an exception for it, which is the water, but we come later to this. And then Tolkien continues, it was this Morgoth's element in matter, so in the matter of the world, indeed, which was prerequisite for such magic and other evils as Sauron practiced with it and upon it. So in this little sentence, Tolkien basically reveals that even though Morgoth was banned from the world, his power was still there. There is even a, let's call it, canon instance for it, as we discussed earlier, in the form of the Far North. We'll come to this in a moment again. But also here in this text, he basically says all the dark, evil magic that Sauron uses and practiced, it was a requirement for this, that this power of Morgoth was still part of the world itself. And even in the Silmarillion, as I just said, that he even planted he sowed in the, I'm not sure if I pronounced it correctly, this also in the hearts of elves and men, and at some times it would just bear a dark fruit that came out to some degree. We see this in the many wars and so on that went on between elves and men and so on. So even though he was kicked out, there were still, evil was not out of the world yet. Even though Sauron was left, Sauron himself needed this. And yeah, we mentioned the men of the ice, the snowmen of Forohel, who lived in the far north. And sorry, the sounds are deactivated, chat, for this stream. So it's kind of a waste of points right now. Sorry for that. So they're the snowmen of Forohel, and there we can also read an interesting line, which we have mentioned here earlier in chat, but in this context it makes sense to repeat it. So we have here on the map in the far north, this area called Northern Waste or Furod Wise. And here in this area lived the snowmen of Forochel. This is the Bay of Forochel, this area here, and it's a cold place. Though Hobbiton is not far from it, like, I don't know, these are a couple of 100 miles, I guess. Let's say 300 to 500 miles, I would say, even though it's a relatively short distance if you consider, like, I don't know, Europe or something. It's still interesting that it's ever cold here in this particular region, and Tolkien has an explanation for it, which is kind of supernatural. There are strange and friendly people, remnant of the Furod Wise, men. Furod Wise is also at the same time the name of the wasteland and of of ancient men once living there. Men of far-off days, accustomed to the bitter colds of the realm of Morgoth. So here, basically, says that these men living here, and it was cold because it was once the realm of Morgoth. Somewhere here in the north, there was the first fortress Udun Utumno of Morgoth, and it seems due to this presence of Morgoth, this place became so cold. So there's a supernatural explanation for exactly this part. As a result, even though Morgoth was, the LotRs, exactly. The LotRs are like the Furod Wise were the original men living there in the north and got accustomed to the cold of the realm of Morgoth, as it's described. And then later, out of these men came the folk of the LotRs, the snowmen of Forochel, as they're called, settling here somewhere in this region. So they are kind of related, but that is, the kind of connection there is for it. Found the question, does Google? Don't worry. So there's that. Morgoth done on mountains, but the importance are... Yeah, Morgoth created, for example, the Misty Mountains, interestingly. Question is, where is this written? I have no idea. Either it could be in the Silmarillion. It could also be in a different version of it. Yeah, it seems to be... I'm not sure if it's a direct reference or not. What's the second source for it? It could also be Morgoth's ring, or it could be in the Silmarillion. Okay, that are our sources. I'm not sure if it's called Hisaiglier, which would be the Sindari name, or Misty Mountains. Misty Mountains. No. Then it's Hisaiglier, maybe. Yeah, here it is in the Silmarillion, in the chapter of the coming of the elves and the captivity of Melkor. And there we can read the following sentence. This river, it is said, was even the river which was after called Anduin, the Great, and was ever the frontier of the westlands of Middle-earth. But the mountains were the Hysaiglir, the towers of mist upon the borders of Eriador. This one here, these ones here. The towers of mist upon the borders of Eriador, and they were taller and more terrible in those days, and were reared by Melkor to hinder the riding of Orome. So here we get the idea that they were reared, created, piled up basically by Morgoth to slash Melkor to stop or hinder Orome to cross these lands. That's how these mountains came to be. Because he was on the way to the far east, where men awoke and elves and so on, to see what's going on there. And this should hinder. Oh, is there a reference that the Einhills were also raised by Mari by Melkor? I wasn't aware of that. But yeah, Mount Doom also was created. Can you see a film screenshot? Which is the best Mount Doom picture that I have available, chat? That's a good question. So we have here some production stuff going on. We take that one. Should be from Return of the King, I assume. Yeah, pretty sure it is. Doesn't matter too much. Let us, before we switch to that. Yeah, Mount Doom, all the way south here. There it is, Orodruin, Mountain of Fire, also called Mount Doom. Direct translated would be Amon Amarth. There's also a metal band called this German Schicksalsberg, which is a direct translation of Mount Doom, I guess. And, well, with Doom as Schicksal, which, I mean, Doom has many meanings, the word. And yeah, this was also created by, this mountain was also created by Morgoth. It seems like he was kind of good at making mountains. He also made Thangorodrim, which was his own fortress on Angband. Yeah, the Angband fortress. No artist ever seemed to depict Mount Doom as the imagery of the film so overwhelming. I think it is. Like, it looks pretty good in the films. Though some illustrations from earlier might have been there. In the meantime, I think it's in Unfinished Tales, but I'm not 100% sure where to find the quote for Mount Doom here in this context. No, it's Peoples of Middle-earth, Last Writings, Note 14. Oh god, I was really wrong there. So, we could maybe try to find the note. God, it will be tough to find it. The note reads as follows. Let me just read the note. No doubt because Gil-galad had by then discovered that Sauron was busy in Eregion, but had secretly begun the making of a stronghold in Mordor, maybe already an elvish name for that region because of its volcano Orodruin and its eruptions, which were not made by Sauron, but were a relic of the devastating works of Melkor in the long First Age. See note 15. Let me just see. So the sentence where it is mentioned is, I assume, the coming of the... It might therefore have been as earlier. This is when Glorfindel comes, according to these last writings, to Middle-earth from the west continent Aman. It might therefore have been as early as Second Age 1200, when Sauron came in person to Lindon and attempted to deceive Gil-galad, but was rejected and dismissed. Note 14. So it's a very interesting note, in my opinion, where Tolkien just mentions a bit of the origin of Mount Doom in this note, though the question was not directly. And then Tolkien writes as a note, no doubt, because Gil-galad had by then discovered that Sauron was busy in Eregion, but had secretly begun the making of a stronghold in Mordor, maybe already an elvish name for that region because of its volcano Orodruin and its eruptions, which were not made by Sauron, but were a relic of the devastating works of Melkor/Morgoth in the long First Age. So there we see like another mountain made by him. Same we see Hisæglir, the Misty Mountains. I remember that in the Silmarillion says he raised also the Iron Hills and Angband was under them. Okay. I mean, Angband is relatively far away from the Iron Hills. Okay, here might be the I think I found what you mean. But Morgoth arose from thought, and seeing the division of his foes, he laughed. In the pits of Angband he caused vast smokes and vapors to be made, and they came forth from the reeking tops of the Iron Mountains, and afar off they could be seen in Mithrim staining the bright airs in the first mornings of the world. A wind came out of the east and bore them over Hislum, darkening the new sun, and they fell and coiled about the fields and hollows, and lay upon the waters of Mithrim, drear and poisonous. The Iron Mountains are not to be confused with the Iron Hills in this context. Not sure if I actually have a map where they are from. I have a map where you can see the Iron Mountains actually. It's on the first age map. With a bit of luck, they are. No. So yeah, the Iron Hills. I would say that potentially the Iron Mountains were always there, but I think that Melkor might have changed how they follow in some way for his means, because one fortress might have been in the Iron Mountains, which was Udun. Let me just check my first age map here by Karen Wynne Fonstead. I unfortunately don't have a good thing for that. No, I guess Angband was also part of the Iron Mountains, I guess. Same as Utumno. Well, it was in front of the Iron Mountains. So basically imagine here on top. Oh, you can't see it, sorry. Imagine here on top of this first age map of Beleriand, here's a gigantic range that are basically the Iron Mountains. Here, this here continues to here, and I would assume that even the Erid, Misrin, and so on are also part of the Iron Mountains. Like this range here, which connects to the Blue Mountains and to the Misty Mountains with Gundabad, these are the Iron Mountains, to my understanding. So the Grey Mountains and this part here are originally also Iron Mountain. They were originally called the Iron Mountains, but they were split up. Wasn't Udun in Beleriand? Angband was in Beleriand. Here, Anfauglis was was before, like the field, and here somewhere, unfortunately, don't have a good map of this. Here, north of this was Angband, like three gigantic, or I'm not sure how big they were. There was a mountain range, and in front of that, there were three volcanic mountains raised by Morgoth, and below those, or around those mountains, below the earth, there was Angband, his kind of underground fortress. It was not completely underground, I guess, but you get the point. There were these mountains in the background. It's a bit tough to imagine how this was. And somewhere here on this range was then also Udun. The assumption is maybe here, somewhere in this particular area, because later in the Third Age, somewhere here in the north, there's this gigantic water bay now, and this, and I assume, like, since we know that Udun was kind of flooded later, that I assume that it is underwater now, and this is where potentially Utumno, or Udun as it's called in Sindarin, Utumno is a Quenya name, I assume, was here. And like I said, north of this island here, they were relatively close together. Like Tolkien, Melkor had two fortresses, Udun, Utumno, and Angband here in the north of Tolfuin. So something like that. can check the atlas if you have access to this of Middle-earth by Karen Wynne Fonstad. That kind of shows the location on page, or I forgot the page. On page 4, for example, you find a good illustration of Beleriand and where the fortresses might have been. Yeah. A region of everlasting cold also hints at it being very cold and foot-wise. But I assume, Mari, that you remember this kind of line that reads a bit like this, and it's not the Iron Hills, because they are not mentioned in the Silmarillion, but the Iron Mountains, and it's a bit confusing. Excuse me, because the Iron Mountains are rarely mentioned in the other texts. Yeah, here we can also get a description where Angband kind of was. Nor could the stronghold of Morgoth be ever wholly encircled, for the Iron Mountains, from whose great curving wall the towers of Sangorodrim, that are these 3 volcanic mountains that are part of his Angband fortress, were thrust forward, defending it upon either side, and were impassable to the Noldor because of their snow and ice. Thus, in his rear and to the north, Morgoth had no foes, and by that way his spies at times went out and came by devious routes into Beleriand. And desiring above all to sow fear and disunion among the Eldar, he commanded the orcs to take alive any of them that they could and bring them bound to Angband, and some he so daunted by the terror of his eyes that they needed no chains more, but walked ever in fear of him, doing his will wherever they might be. Thus Morgoth learned much of all that had befallen since the rebellion of Feanor, and he rejoiced, seeing therein the seat of many dissensions among his foes. Quote from the Silmarillion, chapter of the Return of the Noldor. North of the world, Melkor had the ages past reared Eret Engrin, the Iron Mountains, as a fence to a citadel of Utumno. So here we have this, he kind of, in the north of the world, had in the ages past reared Eret Engrin. So here we have the idea that he actually made the Iron Mountains. He reared those, or at least restructured them, as a fence to a citadel of Utumno, which kind of indicates that Utumno was north, I assume, of the first fortress of Morgoth, north of these Iron Mountains. And they stood upon the borders of the regions of everlasting cold in a great curve from east to west, behind the walls of Eret Ingrim in the west, where they bent back northwards. Melkor built another fortress as a defense against assault that might come from Valinor, and whence he came back to Middle-earth, as he has been told, he took up his abode in the endless dungeons of Angband, the hells of iron, for in the war of the powers, the Valar, in their haste to overthrow him in his great stronghold of Utumno, did not wholly destroy Angband, nor search all its deep places. Beneath Eret Engrin he made a great tunnel which issued south of the mountains, and there he made a mighty gate. There's the gate, I mentioned the entrance, but above this gate and behind it, even to the mountains, he piled the thunderous towers of Sangorodrim that were made of ash and slag of his subterranean furnaces, and the vast refuse of his tunnelings. They were black and desolate and exceedingly lofty, and smoke issued from their tops, dark and foul upon the northern sky. Before the gates of Angband, filth and desolation spread southward for many miles over the wide plain of Ardgalen, but after the coming of the sun, rich grass arose there, and while Angband was besieged and its gates shut, there were green things even among the pits and broken rocks before the doors of hell. To the west of Sangorudin lay Isilome, hard to say name, the land of mist, for so it was named by the Noldor in their own tongue because of the clouds that Morgoth sent thither during their first encampment. Hislom it became in the tongue of the Sindar that dwelt in those regions. So kind of interesting to read the descriptions here in the Silmarillion of these particular places. I hope that kind of helps. YouTube by Solo, welcome. Nice to see you, Solo. Baldur's Fate, nice to see you. Glad you are here. Okay, sleep well, Schnarke. Thank you for joining a bit. Yeah, that's a good assumption, Mari. I assume the Iron Hills are a remnant of the Iron Mountains after Sangorudrim breakdown. Yeah, that's definitely possible that if we go to the Third Age map here, you see the Iron Hills are still here. They are kind of disconnected, but you definitely see, so this could have been one mountain range line at some point. A bit hard to tell. Not sure what Karen, oops, sorry, I just hit the microphone. If we go back to Karen Wynne Fonsted's atlas, maybe find an interesting answer there. Yeah, in her atlas, okay, in her atlas, it looks like the Iron Mountain, like the mountain range here goes further here, and the Iron Mountains are extra at this time because this river still connects to these mountains here. So it is possible that the Iron Hills were once part of the Iron Mountains, but it seems like Karen Wynne Fonstead interpret this differently and said that they were like quite a few miles further south of where the Iron Mountains actually once went, when they at some point vanished, I guess, to some degree. I'm off for today. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you, Mark. I also wish you a good night, sleep well, and thank you for joining. Also, yeah, have a guten Rutsch ins Neue, as we say. Slide well into the new year. Which would be the translation of the German saying, or I don't know what you want to call it. If the Iron Mountains were arrayed as a fence, I assume the fence was broken at several points during the War of Powers. Yes. Definitely it was broken. As you can see, they're not going here. To be fair, we're lacking a bit of information here. What happened here in this particular region. But yeah, especially here, the Blue Mountains connected to the Iron Mountains. Even the Orokarni here at the end connected at some point, potentially with the Iron Mountains, at least according to Karen Wynne Fonstead. So this completely changed over time. Not even sure what the question was. It was about Goldberry and the Morgoth reference. Then now we started talking about the Morgoth mountains in this context. So yeah, chat, that's a very interesting discussion, to be honest. Like some texts and little notes I haven't read in. It feels like ages, to be honest. Some stuff I don't know. I'm not always aware of, and it's not always 100% clear because informations are so vague at times and so spread out. But yeah, very a cool discussion today, I have to admit, even though very focused. Yeah, it was Ben also has an interesting comment here. Wasn't he mostly talking about the physical geography? Mountains and valleys were evil because Morgoth made them to tear up the nice flat land that the other Valar wanted. That he also did. Like, he destroyed the original vision of the world. Let me see. Ted Naismith has like a little artwork of the original vision. I think it's called Illuin. There we see the two lamps of the world here by Ted Naismith. Here we see Illuin in the background. That's like his imagination of the world, this big tower with this lamp, this shining element on it that lit the world. There was another tower, Ormal, on the other. I can't remember if Ormal was south and Illuin in the north or vice versa, but it was like that. And the world was flat and it was ordered and structured and beautiful and perfect. And then Morgoth destroyed the town. It crashed and kind of split the land asunder and changed how the world was shaped in the original perfect version. And this is a part how Arda became damaged marred, and it also created mountain, and he, like we discussed, he raised the Saiglir, the Misty Mountains, and the Eret Engrim, and the Iron Mountains, and so on. Later, Mount Doom, potentially also the mountains around Mordor, could be part of Morgoth establishing a new stronghold there. And this is also part of it, but also he put some of his power in his own power into the world that kind of changed became part of the matter of the world. There's only exception that is in water. We read the text earlier from Peoples of Middle-earth. So I said here, it was this Morgoth element in matter indeed, which was a prerequisite for such magic and other evils as Sauron practiced with it and upon it. It is quite possible, of course, that certain elements or conditions of matter had attracted Morgoth's special attention, mainly unless in the remote past for reasons of his own plans. For example, all gold in Middle-earth seems to have had a especially evil trend, but not silver. Water is represented as being almost entirely free of Morgoth. This, of course, does not mean that any particular sea, stream, river, well, or even vessel of water could not be poisoned or defiled, as all things could. But still, the tendency of water is very positive and cleansing because it's so free of Morgoth, almost entirely free of Morgoth's power, so to say. So there's definitely another supernatural element or metaphysical element to this. I prefer the mountains. Can we talk about the mystery of the Sea of Helka? Oh no. Yeah, Sea of Helcar is always complicated. Topic, always also a complicated topic. Like here we have this Sea of Helcar thing in the first age, and then in the second age it's gone. And potentially only, but it's not 100% clear, but it's possible that in Mordor, this little pond here, the Sea of Nurnen. I always have to think if it's Sea of Nurn and the land around is called Nurnen, or if it's the other way around. I simply can't memorize that. Or you can't see what I'm showing you. Sea of Nurnen. Yeah, and Nurn is the area. The Sea of Nurnen might be a leftover part of the Sea of Helcar, but it's not 100% clear how vast it extended. It's always a bit complicated with this. Originally, Karen Fonstedt assumed that also the Sea of Rhûn was part of the Sea of Helcar, but that was not the case, because in a text that was not published during the time when Karen Fonstedt composed this atlas, she had not the knowledge, but in the text there's the mention that the Sea of Rhûn existed at the time when the elves were wandering. So when the Sea of Helcar existed, here's Cuiviernen, where the elves awoke, and the bay here in the east. So yeah. The idea of Karen Fonstedt, though, was also, as you hint at, I'm not sure if I have... Potentially don't have a map for it, chat. Oh, that's the other one. That's cool. Oh, that's also cool. Ah, here we have it. So here we have the original vision of the world. Very, yeah, not greatly made. Here we also see Iluin is in the north, Ormal in the south. So I was right. And let me see if I have a different version of it. So yeah, the world was kind of deformed. Technically, this is not the first age. No, it's the spring of Arda, I guess, or the end of it. The first age started with the creation of the two trees a bit later, but yeah, it's a complicated topic, so let's not talk about that. No, not with the trees, with the awakening of the elves. This is a later point. But we see that from this illustration to this illustration, that where round about where Iluin and Ormal are, we have the Sea of Ringil and we have the Sea of Helcar. And the assumption is that when they collapsed and the land was split and so on, that the crater where they collapsed or whatever created these seas here at these places, and they split the land further apart till it looks at some point like this. Like I said, it's just a very basic thing. At the beginning, the world was flat. It was not a sphere yet, and then only the oceans were bent when there are some inconsistencies regarding this and versions and whatnot. But let's stick with the Silmarillion and stuff, where the oceans were bent after Numenor was sunk in the Second Age, and then the world became a sphere. There's a one world version where the world was always a sphere. I know, but let's not make it too complicated. It should not be on a globe. The reason why I put it on a globe, I understand what you mean. The reason I put it on a globe is that I can do this this trick when it comes to illustration. You know, so this is the first step, then it looks like this, then it looks like this. So without changing the perspective or whatever, then I can just show how the different steps are. It's just a sketch. It's not precise for sure. It's just there to kind of communicate the idea behind it, even though it's not a sphere to this point, it's not a globe, but it makes it easier for these images to overlap in a way. Were there planets in the night sky? I think that's not... I'm not sure if there's some obscure reference to this. In theory, there have to be, because at the end, the world turns, or the universe turns, or the Arda turns out to be our world, just a mythological, very ancient version of it. So you see the continents kind of align with Africa, Europe, Asia, and so on. Africa. And some other lands, you know, North America. So, yes, there could be other planets, but I'm not sure if Tolkien mentions... There might be a mention of a star that is red. That could be Mars or Venus, but I'm not sure if... I'm not too deep into this particular... I've never looked into this topic, so I can't unfortunately answer your question there, storyteller. That's why I'm asking, yeah. Exactly. So I'm not sure if Tolkien ever mentioned that. Yeah, space was definitely there. As Ben says correctly, Melkor spent a lot of time traveling through space looking for the flame imperishable. That's definitely an element that we find in some versions, but the mention of planets there was definitely not there to my knowledge. There might be some obscure reference here and there, which I'm not aware of right now. Also, just welcome. Lovely people. How did Helka vanish? There was the war for sake of the elves, for example. And I guess in this time also the world might have changed its shape a bit and then it vanished. But it's not clear how it vanished exactly. Maybe it was Morgoth doing things there. Like I said, he has at some point to raise Mount Doom. Maybe he made Helka vanish to some degree, raised the land there. It's hard to tell. I wouldn't say good for mermen. So what was immune? I wouldn't say it's immune. It could still be, as Tolkien writes in this text here, this does not, of course, mean that any particular sea, stream, river, well, or even vessel of water could not be poisoned or defiled, as all things could. Like, he could, but he was not able, or didn't try, to defile the seas. Very little power, kind of his went into this part of the world, and that's potentially also the reason why he does not really have, let's call it, water units or marinas or whatever. Like, very little. We know that, for example, the father of dragons, Glaurung, defiled some river and like a river or a stream, and he also there was this well place where Turin and so on wanders through. I think he also sees a relative in the distance there. And interestingly, And this was also then later defiled by Glaurung, I think. So it is definitely possible, as Tolkien writes here, that a river can be defiled or poisoned and so on, but just the sea itself, there was not much power there to get for Morgoth, which is very interesting. I like the idea. It kind of also connects well, in my opinion, to the idea that water is something that can cleanse the evil. That's potentially also why the Nazgul don't want to go too deep into these waters. First of all, they know that potentially Elrond with Vilya controls the waters of the Bruinen and so on and so forth, but also because they need Morgoth's power to do their evil magic, and if they're on a field in a river that is not defiled, as in this case, they potentially say, well, that's not our turf where we should fight. We should not get into the water. We could get into trouble here. And they did. It doesn't mean also that they start melting as soon as they touch the water. That's not the case, but they definitely know, well, that's not where we want to fight or be. Like, we are not good when it comes to water. But let's get out of here. Oh, that's a good point by Murray. I'm reading the star of Erendil as Venus because both are evening and morning stars. Yeah, I get that. That's a good idea. I think there were, like, Tolkien describes very little sea battles when it comes to orcs and Morgoth forces. Like, most of this only happens at land, interestingly. There might be some sea battles that has happened in the context of the Corsairs of Umbar and Gondor, but I don't think we have seen, we really have seen this in context of orcs. Like, that seems to be either very rare. I'm currently not even aware of any example for that. They attack Círdan, but usually he gets on his boats and is, I'm on my boat on the sea and you can't do anything. That's kind of how Círdan does things then. He evacuates the people from Falas, for example, to the sea and has to give up his harbor city, and the orcs don't pursue him overseas, so I guess they don't want to mess with Círdan on the realm of Ulmo. Any river that reaches the sea is also subject to the power of Ulmo. Yeah, there are some examples of rivers where Ulmo also had, I don't know, was communicating with people, I think, even. So yes, for sure, that he's the Lord of Waters, so as long as it's not defiled or anything, Ulmo has a word to say there. And it's connected to the sea even more, I guess. We're getting close to 12 o'clock, close to midnight for me. We're streaming 4 hours right now, roundabout. I'm getting a bit tired, I have to admit. So I would slowly wrap it up for today. If you people don't mind, so don't get to bed too late. I think it was a very interesting discussion today because we had some very unusual topics that I think even though I answered a lot of questions multiple times during these streams in my life, for sure, I think we had some questions today which we have never discussed here in the stream so far, so that's pretty good, I think. I'm unaware of any seafaring orcs in Middle-earth. Yeah, me too. So I agree with Otaku Senpai there. Yeah, there's also a quote in the Silmarillion, actually, where it says Morgoth's forces never go to sea. I remember that as well. It would be too tough to find because I don't know exactly anymore how it's worded, but I also remember a line like that in the Silmarillion. I wasn't thinking orcs going to the sea, but did they avoid going to the coast? Yeah, I could imagine that they. I mean, there were definitely attacks on cities that are close to the coast for sure. Like if we look at our first age map here, I have to scroll. Here we have Falast, and we have Eglarest and Brisombar, and I think those were definitely attacked by Morgoth at some time, and so on. We have also Barat Nimras, which is like a tower. I assume it's like what you call it, a lighthouse for the ships of Círdan or something like that. Oh, that's also a good point by Crafty Spirit. Both Ringil, which is the sword of Fingolfin, and Helka, he crossed Helcaraxe, linguistically reference to Fingolfin, his sword Ringil, and traversing Helcaraxe. Yeah, that's a really good point, Crafty Spirit. I think there's also a Middle-earth reference to Mars, but I'm not sure where. Yeah, I'm all like either Mars or Venus. Yeah. I think there might be something like this, but I'm not 100% sure. Barat Nimras. I was away from keyboard during the evening, but I listened to most of what was covered. Really cool topics. Yeah, for sure. Was really cool topics today. Also, welcome, Michael. How many tries were there to take back Gundabad? Oh, that's a tough question. I can't tell you the exact number, but it's a bit complicated because there are different texts describing it. I think for early stuff, I think the best source is a text in Peoples of Middle-earth. So early on, the dwarves had it. I think Sauron in the Second Age invaded Eriador. And yeah, there was also a question about the dates. 1695, so was 93 the war starts, but Sauron invaded Eriador only 93. What happened these years before? Good question. I don't have a good answer out of my head. Would have to look into the exact dates and descriptions there. But yeah, coming to your question, yeah, then came the first sack of Gundabad in the Second Age. Interestingly, during this particular time. I'm not sure if this is called actually. If it actually call first sack of Gundabad, but it was definitely the first time Gundabad, to our knowledge, was taken in the Second Age. It's hard to tell. In this time, there was definitely a try of the dwarves to retake Gundabad. But it's like I said, a bit difficult to reconstruct. The first dwarves different kindreds of communication, and in early ages often held assemblies of delegates at Mount Gundabad, as we can read in Peoples of Middle-earth. In times of great need, okay, we now come to the conquering. Gundabad was retaken. Which year was it? Yeah. The Second Age had reached only the middle of its course, Second Age 1695, when Sauron invaded and destroyed Eregion, a small realm established by the Eldar, migrating from the ruin of Beleriand that had formed an alliance also with the Longbeards of Moria. This marked the end of the alliance of Longbeards with men of the north, for though Moria remained impregnable for centuries, the orcs, reinforced and commanded by servants of Sauron, invaded the mountains again. Gundabad was retaken in Eret Mithrin. Gundabad was retaken. The Eret, like it's interesting that it says retaken. So I could imagine that even during the First Age it was taken already. So it might not be the first, but the second, hard to tell. The Eret Mithrin infested, and the communication between Moria and the Iron Hills for a time cut off. In redacted conclusion, note 21, Awakening of the... There has, of course, been no previous reference to this ancient significance of Mount Doom. That mountain originally appeared in the chapter The Clouds Burst in The Hobbit, where it is told that the goblins marched and gathered by hill and valley, going ever by tunnel or on the dark until around beneath the great mountain Gundabad of the north, where was their capital. A vast host was assembled. So during the time of the Hobbit, it was again taken. And is shown in the map Wilderland in the Hobbit as a great isolated mass in the northern end of the Misty Mountains, where the Grey Mountains drew towards them. In the Lord of the Rings, Appendix A, Gundabad appears in the account of the War of the Dwarves and Orcs late in the Third Age, where the dwarves assailed and sacked one by one all the strongholds of the Orcs that they could find from Gundabad to the Gladden. So there was another one. So we have one time in the Third Age, maybe before that it was retaken, so 2 times. Hard to tell, but it's retaken reads a bit like this. Then we know that at the Third Age it was still held by them, by Sauron's forces. Then it was retaken during the War of Elves, of Dwarves and Orcs. Of the Dwarves and Orcs. It was retaken by the Dwarves and then taken again, because at the time of the Hobbit, the Orcs dwell there again. So let's say at least 3 times, maybe 4 times. So it's a bit difficult to say. When this exactly happened. Any information about Gundabad, Gundabad's future in the Fourth Age? I think no. I'm not sure if it's really mentioned again. There is only the mention that there's one again, like Durin the Seventh comes back, he takes back Moria. I guess when the dwarves take back Moria, they get a stronger position in the Misty Mountains again, and then potentially have also Gundabad taken back because it's like a holy place for the dwarves in a way, or especially for the Longbeards. So a dwarf that takes back Moria potentially has an interest to take back Gundabad, but I think it's not really mentioned directly in any text I currently can think of. I might be wrong here. There might be, sometimes there is like a little note, some obscure note somewhere in some book hidden at a page or a half sentence that I'm currently not thinking of, but to my knowledge, there's no reference for the Fourth Age regarding Gundabad. Now, the reference starts, Tolkien created Sindari names for other planets in the solar system as recorded in Morgoth's ring, but these were not used elsewhere. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Tolkien created definitely Sindari names for those, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, you have to keep in mind that Middle-earth, or Arda, that is the mythological version of our world. And in the mythological version, they don't have a complete scientific understanding of planets and the world, I think, or the universe, how it's structured. So only when, like, you have to always see it like this in a way. When time goes on, the world demystifies or removes its mythological aspect further and further. That's why the elves vanish. The dwarves vanish at some point, because we don't have elves and dwarves in our world anymore. The elves, the explanation for the elves is they are removed from the world, actually. And the world becomes more and more scientific, if that makes sense, to the point that it becomes our world at some point. But the world itself back in the day is not our world directly. It's just the, let's call it a mythological version of it. That is of course because mythology is from our modern day's perspective always something from the distant and far past. It is in this context it makes sense in this context that it is from ancient times. So it's old, but it's not the reality or the scientific reality we have and know today. And so things, have changed simply over time, I think. I mean, there was also a time when Tolkien wanted to create a more scientific, correct universe, and that is how he started writing the round world version, where the world was always a sphere and sun and moon always existed. But Tolkien abandoned it at some point. I think that's the beauty of Tolkien's world, that it's so mythologic, and that's kind of fun for me personally about it. What do you mean? We don't have elves anymore. Recommend going to Iceland for vacation. Remiras. Not mentioned specifically, Remiras' origin is likely the same of other continents. It was created by Vada. Eastern sky during autumn. Netted stars, a constellation, the skies over Arda. Where is it even mentioned? Three's Company. Oh yeah, remember there is a mention of this in Lord of the Rings actually. Fascinating. And slowly above the mists, red Borgil rose. Was a bright red star in the constellation of Menelvagor. Not sure where the stress is. Menelvagor, I think it was right. So, okay, there is like the planet question. I also found an interesting answer. In the Silmarillion, there is a mention of a star, a red star, called a Carnil. That is mentioned. Yeah. She took the silver dews from the vats of Telperion, and therewith she made new stars and brighter against the coming of the firstborn. Wherefore she, whose name out of the deeps of time and labors of air was Tintale, the kindler, was called after by the elves Elentari, queen of the stars. Carnil and Luinil, Nenar and Lumbar, Alcarinque and Elemire. She wrought in that time, and many other of that ancient stars she gathered together and set as signs in the havens of Arda. So the name Carnil, like somebody mentioned that in Morgoth's ring, I think at least. Oh, wait a moment, chat. I need to get my book out. Oh, I have it actually here. Somewhere is my Morgoth ring copy. Where is it? That's an index in Morgoth ring. Let's see, it's spelled with a K actually. And yeah, Carnil is a planet Mars. Red Stars, translation of it. Morgoth ring. That's why I didn't find it. Carnil. No, it's not an explanation, but in the index it mentions that it's actually the planet Mars. I'm not 100% sure where this comes from, the idea. I assume that might be knowledge from either Vineyard Tengwa or text published in some Vineyard Tengwa issues or in Parma El de Lambaron. Don't ask me. Don't ask me where, though. That might be a bit too difficult. Okay, Schnarke, welcome back. Yeah, the Shire Hobbits might have called it. Yeah, they have their own name for the Big Dipper, the plow. With a British name. Potentially it's also a British thing. I don't know. Here it comes down to sometimes I don't know, some English names simply. In German, in German we call the Big Dipper the Big Bear. Sometimes we call it also Big Wagon. That's also the small wagon. Noetic astrology at play. I like that idea, crafty spirit. Yeah, the Valakirka, exactly. So yeah, Mike, I hope been listening in. Just want to say thank you for your time. Yeah, no problem. Mile, much appreciated. Thank you. It's always fun discussing these topics in quite a bit of detail. Unfortunately, we don't get through all the questions every time. It takes too much time to answer this. I'm not sure why the index of the thing, what's it called? Morgoth's ring has it listened in the index as what is it called? Carnil being the planet Mars, but I guess it makes sense. I first thought that Borgil might be the Mars, but it might be Mars, but it seems to be another star of Carnil is Mars. Doesn't matter too much. But yeah, now we also answered the stuff here. The question. So I hope the star question, the planet question is asked. It seems like it's answered. It seems like there are Mars is created in the First Age. Schnake asks, is all the stuff on Amazon? I think that the Peter Jackson films on Amazon Prime, at least in German, not in the extended edition. Let me just double check and can maybe... Nope. Prime Video. Herr der Ringe. Yeah, so the theatrical edition is available if you have Amazon Prime. It is part of your Prime thing. Yeah, for the extended edition, you have to either rent them / buy them. I'm not sure if that is possible. Yeah, you can buy them. It's Two Towers is like €8 or something. Oh, the whole trilogy is just €15 right now instead of 24. Yeah, Schnake gifted out too many gift subs. Amazing Bad Boy, nice to see you. Good morning, I would say. The theatrical editions are rubbish for children. I wouldn't say they're rubbish, but yeah. I also prefer the extended edition, to be honest. The problem is a bit... I don't know, pacing-wise, I would even say the theatrical cut is a bit better. But... just for the lore fans and book fans, the extended edition is just so good. So you could start with the with the normal edition if you don't like those. I guess it doesn't make sense to start. Like Baldur's Fate suggestion, just stop your subscription to Chris for 3 months. You can buy it. Thanks, Baldur's Fate. Whatever happened to Christopher? Yeah, a lot of stuff is missing, unfortunately, in these theatrical cuts. So I definitely would agree the extended edition is kind of worth it. It makes things a lot better, but these 20% is more than I have left at the end of the year. Yeah, well, that's definitely likely. That's what Christopher Lee said, yeah. The extended edition is just so good. Definitely, for me, the definitive or ultimate version of the Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings films. But yeah, you can still watch the movies are still 3 hours long, even in the theatrical cut, so don't worry about that. They're just even longer in the extended edition. Yeah, one film is like it's 3 films, and each film is 3 hours long. Schnake, in the extended edition, the last film is actually 4 hours. I couldn't believe it myself, but we recently watched it here as a watch party together. Then just invest in ramen. You can just watch the normal theatrical cut. And then if you like it, you can still watch the other one. If you have Amazon Prime, it's free in the stuff. But it takes some time, Schnarke, to watch those. And yeah, it's the last film, Return of the King, Rückkehr des Königs, is 4 hours long in the extended edition. Oh, you can rent War of the Rohirrim already on Amazon Prime now? Okay, that's interesting. No, I don't think you would do this. You would like to do this more, Schnarke. I don't think so. Except it would be an absolute cheese weapon, but with a broadsword plus 0 without Giant's Hunt. I'm curious if it still comes out as Blu-ray, the War of the Rohirrim film, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, chat. I think it's kind of interesting to know. Let me just opened something I don't want to open. Schlacht der Rohirrim is in German. Yeah. Amazon Prime, 20 euros right now on Amazon Prime is The War of the Rohirrim. I'm not sure if you can switch the language, to be fair. But here in Germany it says pre-order, so it's not out yet. The publication date follows shortly, it says. It's not published yet, even though it's listed, though. Most important part for me would be which languages are available. Pirated copy. Now, I can't promote piracy on the channel, so can't tell you much about that. Well, for a package I could have my audio. Fellowship's probably worth it though, just to have to decide which version. Oh, okay, you talk about the Lord of the Rings audiobook version. Okay, okay. English, Spanish, French are available. I would like to see it in Japanese with like subtitles. That would be interesting. Like I know it also was shown somewhere in Japanese. Somebody told, like from the German Tolkien Society, I think Tobias said he watched it in English and in Japanese. I think not in German. Whatever. I've seen it in German. No, I don't mind what you do in your for whatever reason you do what. The problem is when something is illegal, I can't promote it here. But to be fair, War of the Rohirrim, like I said, was solid. I said it in my review. The question comes up sometimes. Some people said, yeah, was actually okay. And I think, yeah, that describes the film. It's okay. I think it's better than it's much better than Five Armies, to be honest. But Five Armies is just such a mess of a film. It has some really good scenes though, but overall it's an absolute mess, this film. But War of the Rohirrim, yeah, like I said, it's not perfect. It's okay. There's some changes that might annoy some people, but overall there are very few changes, to be honest. Overall, I felt like it's mostly a faithful adaptation. I still don't get when people say, I don't know, Helm or Frealaf should have been the protagonist of the film. I can't agree with that. I think that would not have worked. The whirly bird things were good, and finally got to see werewolves. Yeah, that was kind of interesting idea. Merry and Pippin's Japanese voice actors returned for the pair of orcs. Isn't that the same in the English version as well? I don't know. I think they might have also used the German voice actors of Merry and Pippin as well. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, there's a Japanese dub for sure. I've seen it with with a German dub. Okay. Nice that Dominic and Billy return to their roles. No, it's not their roles. I mean, they're now playing to orcs. They were almost eaten by orcs. Now they became the orcs. Also, can you please return to English in the Twitch chat, please? Stop talking so much nonsense. If a TV series was to be made about the first age of Middle Earth, which with characters like Glaurung, Morgoth, Ungoliant, who have to be more dark, Game of Thrones style show to capture the horror element? Potentially. I don't know. I kind of like after Rings of Power, I feel like maybe they should not make a TV show of the Silmarillion, because I feel like they would kind of screw it up anyway. On one side, I would be interested in one, but good night, everybody, and thanks for interesting chat. Yeah, Mari, well, you're welcome. Glad you enjoyed the talk today. I don't know if they have to become so dark for it to work. I feel like the tone of Rings of Power, independent of the quality and all the nonsense they did in that show, I feel like the tone was overall okay. It was like they did not hesitate when it comes to some kind of brutality that was going on. I feel like in it could have also worked. Like Shelob also worked in the Peter Jackson films, in my opinion, and many people also still have trouble watching the scene to this day with in Return of the King. So I think Peter Jackson did a good job, and his team did a good job there with the spider there. If you depict now Ungoliant, you could go with a similar approach, just maybe even bigger or so, I'm not sure. But I don't think you have to necessarily go completely Game of Thrones style. To be fair, I think characters where it goes more into the direction of Game of Thrones would be the children of Húrin or something. That's a pretty brutal story, but in many ways. They're all kinds of dark, yeah, that is true. Maybe I've already answered this question, but is Tom Bombadil the most powerful individual in Middle-earth? That's a really good question. Is he the most powerful? Yeah, maybe. Maybe he is. If no Valar is currently in Middle-earth, I would say yes. That, first of all, welcome. On the other side, yeah, maybe Tom Bombadil could be considered the most powerful being. I mean, Eru, the most powerful being in the universe is Eru, and he's technically also, I guess, everywhere. But and Eru definitely, like, that's God, Eru Ilúvatar, he definitely intervenes and in the fight between Frodo and Gollum at the end of The Lord of the Rings, and he makes Gollum, when he is happy that he finally got his ring, he kind of trips and falls over into the lava. That's kind of the work of Eru. So in this regard, he's also there, and he would be the most powerful being in Middle-earth then. But I guess if you conclude God himself and potentially the Valar who might visit here and there in secret or whatever, which would in theory be possible as well, then I guess, yeah, it would be Tom. If Tom is more powerful than a Valar, it's really hard to tell, in my opinion. I would say no. Not necessarily. But yeah, in this regard, like, he seems to be more powerful than a Maiar, for sure. So definitely on the higher scale or the higher ranks of if you want to define some kind of power level. So I currently can't think of anything more powerful than Tom Bombadil. We have Gandalf with the Istari, but they diminished their power anyway. You have Glorfindel, was also quite powerful, but I think for Glorfindel and also the Maiar, it's difficult to take the One Ring. For Tom Bombadil, it's not. That shows that he must be more powerful than the ring, especially in his own realm. Yeah, basically, that is also something that is a good point by B. White. That at the end, if Sauron would have conquered all of Middle-earth, except Tom Bombadil might be the last who is there, but at the end, he might also fall because everything else has fallen, and without there being any forest realm left, and also, I guess, Tom Bombadil's power might be broken at some point. So you could make an argument, is Sauron then more powerful than Tom Bombadil? I would say not necessarily, but I would say Sauron is more destructive than Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil's power is not in fighting. And I would even say, like, in a 1v1 battle between Sauron and Tom Bombadil, I might also bet on Tom Bombadil, to be honest. But it would not be a 1v1 battle versus Tom Bombadil. Sauron would just use his orcs and creatures, which still have their origin in Morgoth. He can also draw upon the power of Morgoth himself, which was infused into the world. We had this topic earlier on the stream. And in this context, he maybe is able, using the orcs and other creatures he has to destroy the forest, and just being outnumbered at the end, it might be that Tom Bombadil can't protect even his realm from Sauron then at the end, even though it would be like the last thing that might fall there, if that makes sense. So I think that's something I often say. It's like in Tolkien's universe, there is no power level scale like in Dragon Ball or something. It always depends a bit on context often. So saying how powerful is one being is difficult to say. Like, in my opinion, Gandalf is also more powerful than Sauron because Gandalf wins at the end. And still his power is not in making armies, his power is making allies and bringing people together that do the right things. And he's good, he's wise, he's considered one of the wisest of the Maya. Wisdom is a different power, if you will, than being able to destroy something and use some spells and so on. So in this regard, I think you have to kind of conclude this. And I think Tom Bombadil is the spirit of the countryside, so to say. And when the countryside vanishes, then Tom Bombadil also vanishes, I think. Communicates that he can undo living beings such as Old Man Willow by words of command. To be fair, Tom Bombadil is also left in as an enigma, so what powers he has exactly is always a bit difficult to say. What were the Blue Wizards doing during the Third Age? So, in one version, the Blue Wizards come already in the Second Age, and the end of the Second Age, when Sauron is defeated after the like in this version where they come earlier, which is the last one Tolkien wrote, they are successful in their task. And in this version, it's a bit easier to answer your question than in the other version where they fail. Like in the older versions Tolkien wrote, they fail. In the older versions, they also come in the Third Age, early on, 1,000 years roundabout, like the others as well. And there they fail, and then they form, according to a letter, magical cults and traditions somewhere in the far east. So potentially they're still around, maybe doing Sauron's work to some degree, or doing their own thing. Hard to tell, but they're definitely not doing something to help their mission to succeed in the Third Age, especially in the late Third Age then. However, in the version where they're successful, we have some interesting information what they actually do here and there. For example, at the end of the Second Age, when Isildur cuts off the finger with a One Ring from Sauron's hand, the Blue Wizard, Sauron's spirit leaves his body behind and hides in the east. And here we can read in Peoples of Middle-earth. Let me see if I find it. Here we have it. And after his first fall, Sauron's first fall, to search out his hiding, in which they failed. So it seems like after Sauron's hit in the east, the Blue Wizards tried to find him and kind of take him out from there, but they failed finding him. However, where they were successful and to cause dissension and disarray among the Dark East, they must have had very great influence on the history of the Second Age and Third Age in weakening and disarraying the forces of East, who would both in the Second Age and Third Age otherwise have outnumbered the West. So what they basically do is they live among the Easterlings, and the Easterlings have great numbers, and they kind of manage to convince some tribes of the Easterling to separate from the influence from Sauron. As a result, the Easterling forces of Sauron from the force of the East were not as great as they could have been, and would not, and due to their efforts, would not outnumber the forces of the West, and as a result, help the West win their battles, I guess. So that is basically what Tolkien describes Dino. I hope this kind of answers your question. It's also a beautiful artwork by Ted Naismith, which I love to show. Is it too blue with it? It's one of my favorites of him. Just have to find it. Give me a moment. There it is. Well, it's not like I stream less Elden Ring. I'm currently just also, sometimes I'm busy and sometimes I'm sleeping. That's currently a problem. I'm napping too much at the afternoon. And then I'm completely destroyed when I wake up and can't stream Elden Ring. So there's that. To Country Shape Media, welcome. Did Sauron have a physical form in the Lord of the Rings books? If he did, was he in the tower in Mordor? Yes. He definitely had a physical form. There are multiple indicators for that. And it seems he had a physical form for quite some time, actually. Incredible image here, I agree. It's beautiful. Really like it. Shout outs to Ted Naismith. His gallery stuff is linked in the description. He's also like an official illustrator for some of the Tolkien books and calendars and whatnot. So definitely find some good works of him. So back to the other question. Did he have a physical form? Yes. There's an interesting, like, we know that Sauron, for example, tortured Gollum to get the information about Baggins and Shire. And yeah, we have in the chapter of the Lord of the Rings book, the Black Gate is closed. So that should be 2 towers, I think. Let me just see, where is it? Oh yes, there were many tales about the Tower of the Moon. That would be Minas Ithil, that Isildur, the son of Elendil, built, said Frodo. It was Isildur who cut off the finger of the enemy. Yes, he has only 4 on the black hand, but they are enough, said Gollum, shuddering, and he hated Isildur's city. So this little remark by Gollum, also Taco Senpai, you must have missed like a dot somewhere. Now your message just vanished from this thing. That's a bit unfortunate. You missed a space, I wanted to say. So this little remark by Gollum kind of indicates that after his finger was cut off and he fled, even if he took a new physical form after that, he still had only 4 fingers, and he was like, Gollum was potentially taken, I'm not sure if he potentially to Barad-dûr or so, but also to Minas Morgul, it seems. That's kind of the thing. Oh no, interestingly, he hated the, not Gollum hated the city. Sauron seems to hate the city. It doesn't matter too much. The point is, he knows that he only has 4 fingers on his black hand. We can read that Sauron's physical form was black in some way, like potentially black skin that was burning and was generating heat. And he says they are enough. Means enough to do horrible things, torture you, whatever, and put you to torment. And that Gollum here seems to remember. So we know, if we go into the appendix, that Gollum was captured in Appendix B. Gollum was captured relatively late in his lifetime. 3000, like Lord of the Rings plays 3018 and 3009, so 9 years earlier. Gollum himself ventured into Mordor and was captured by Sauron. And 3017, he is released. So in this time, it seems like Sauron must have had a physical form already. That's kind of implied by these. I hope this answers your question. Recently, a conversation on the Pointy Ears debate had someone tell me Tolkien established the elves as physically identical to men, so as to be indistinguishable, ears, eyes, things. There was purely their spiritual difference which sets them apart. Is this true? No, the elves had definitely, there's multiple indicators that elves had pointy ears. Of course, elves and men were very similar. There's some interpretation basically that when, like, the original sin of men in a biblical sense kind of diminished men, if that makes sense, or the original vision. And it is believed in theology that originally men planned out to be different, and some interpret this biblical ideas, interpretations, whatever you want to call it, in a way that elves are basically the original version of men when they did not commit the original sin, basically. But that, like I said, is a strong interpretation of a theological interpretation of Tolkien's work, which is always taken to be with a grain of salt, but it exists for sure. There's also the idea of Mary also being close to this form of the original men, basically. But like I said, it's a complicated theological topic. I'm not an expert on those, and I don't know exactly, but yeah. But there is definitely a mention of Tolkien on multiple occasions that elves have a different ear form than men, or let's say they have pointy ears. Same with hobbits. One is in a letter, and one is in a note of Tolkien that is about basically language. Let me just look into my notes really quick, then it's easier for me to find this instead of doing pointy. Elves have pointy ears. Yeah, Lost wrote in other writings. There Tolkien has like some notes on the root of the word lasse. It means leaf. But also it can mean ear. And then Tolkien comments on this, why it can mean both leaf and ear. The Quendian ears were more pointed and leaf-shaped than human. So the idea is it's called leaf and ear because the ear is leaf-shaped. So they have the same word for leaf and ear in this. Then in letter 27 from 1938, Tolkien also writes, I picture, about hobbits, I picture a fairly human figure, not a kind of fairy rabbit as some of my British reviewers seem to fancy. Fattish in the stomach, shortish in the leg. A round, jovial face, ears only slightly pointed, and elvish, as he says here. So he indicates that the ears of a hobbit are slightly pointed and elvish in form. So they have a similar ear form than the elves, interestingly. Hair short and curling, brown, the feet from the ankles down covered with brown hairy fur. That's how Tolkien describes the hobbits. And it indicates that the hobbits have pointy ears, but also implies that elves also have pointy ears. And we have the other note I just mentioned there. So these, I guess, the biggest indicators for pointy ears. I think there's even another one. But that's all I can currently think of. So this at least is definitely a difference. Beyond other differences between elves and men visually and in their appearance, elves were usually quite tall, but we know that the Dúnedain, for example, the Men of the West, were also very tall. So there must not necessarily be a difference. I'm not sure which finger he put the ring. It's not, I think, described which finger is missing in the book. Like in the Peter Jackson film, he cuts off all the fingers, but in the book, he only cuts one. Isildur only cuts off one finger, maybe the ring finger, I would assume. Yeah, exactly, storyteller. Something along those lines. I replied to them that elves must have had noticeable physiological differences, such as their growth, children developing earlier. Yeah, that's also, of course, this immortality and the children taking 1,000 years to become adults. It's definitely a difference compared to men, but yes. Let's miss a space after period. Yeah, it's always dangerous missing a space here in the chat. The bot will immediately time out you. It's just so people can't post spam links. Sometimes you get these bot invasions, and it's very nice if the bots post links and get immediately taken out by the bot without me doing anything. It's amazing. Bots fighting bots. It's awesome. So when we are resurrected, we won't need to go to toilet anymore. Thanks. Yeah, that's true, Joe. You might not hear his voice. You can maybe post your answer to the amazing bad boy again. So just that you don't have to type it again. Now to remove the space you missed. It's evident that the elves had pointed ears. Hobbits are described as slightly pointed ears. Exactly, so that's what I just read. Did Eärendil... No, Eärendil, because Eärendil is half-elven. So for him it's different. Same potentially with Sauron and Elros as well. And Elwing as well, interestingly. Because Elwing... gave birth to Elros and Elrond at age 26 or something. That would be very early for an elf to have children. if she had like this development. Yeah, exactly. So there's that. So now I said at around 4 hours. We stream 4 hours. I go to sleep soon. Now it's 5 hours again. So I think we should stop the stream right now, because else it gets too late. Even though it's a lot of fun, but there's a saying, you should stop when it is the most fun. No, it's not like that. In German we have the saying, man soll aufhören, wenn es am schönsten ist. You should end it or stop when it's the most enjoyable or whatever. I don't know. When it's the greatest, the most beautiful. It's a bit difficult to translate this phrase, to be honest. Yeah, in the case of hobbits, they are not related to elves. That is true. It's just an interesting physical mark they have, but yeah. Great stream, see you next year. Yeah, see you next year. That's the thing. Yeah, I hope I could answer your last minute questions here at the end. So we got some questions here kind of going. Thank you for asking. Very interesting questions today. It was also weirdly away from the microphone. Answer your question today. It was some very interesting questions. Unfortunately, I skipped some questions at the beginning and so on. Sorry for that. Maybe you have to ask them next time again. And thanks. That helps a lot. Yeah, no problem. If you need the quotations of that, I'm not sure how good my notes here actually are for that, to be completely honest. I can, like, I don't know, if you need the exact sources, pointy. Okay, I don't have the exact page number noted, but one is in the History of Middle-earth book. History of Middle-earth 5, it is. It's called The Lost Road and Other Writings. I can't tell you which page it is. I would have to look it up, unfortunately. Myself, I have not noted the page. And the other is letter 27 from the Letters of Tolkien. So in case you want the source for the pointy ears, these are the sources. I mean, I could try to figure out if I find the exact page really quick, or at least tell you the chapter, because it's a long book. History of Middle-earth, Lost Road, Other Writings. Where do we have it? All I have to do is kind of find out which chapter he is called. But that will take forever. It's relatively far at the end of the book. At least I made it to the letter A already. The etymologies, it's called. I'm not sure how much unified the page numbers are on the different versions of this, but the etymologies 339. Here is K. Las. Yeah. So it's page on my side, page 368 at the top of it for me. There, you can find it. So I hope that kind of helps in the source finding. There's incredible rumors that a Took wed a fairy, an elf. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, okay, so now at the end of the stream, so I clicked here on this thing, my mouse is so slow. That should help. So of course I haven't updated the credits, but shoutouts to all the supporters here who might also not be in the list yet or still in the list, but I should have removed them. But whatever, doesn't matter. Thank you so much for your support. As always, shoutouts to the artists, of course. Ted Naismith. Today I showed his artworks. Did I show? I think I only showed you Ted Naismith's artworks. John Howe's artwork in form of the book cover of the second History of Middle-earth book, The Lost Road and Other Writings, the Book of Lost Tales Part 2, excuse me. The second History of Middle-earth book. We also showed you The Door of Night, which is very cool. Where we also explored a bit why all these dragon statues are around this door. So pretty cool. Grades are coming, the grades are coming, yes. Not to be confused with the Eagles. Thank you for that. Thank you for, like I said, for your support. If you have not pressed the like button yet and enjoyed the stream, I would be much appreciated if you press the like button and so on. Also, if you watch this as a VOD, feel free to comment stuff like this. Maybe check out some of the other videos here on this channel. I have like tons of videos about all kinds of topics, very detailed often, and like I said, watch them again, recommend them to other people. There's a ton of stuff. There are also tons of long discussions in the form of these live stream answer law question VODs here that are always a lot of fun. Thank you for the questions today. They were fantastic. It was really fun to check some of these backgrounds and quotes and sources out today, because sometimes, I don't know, there were definitely questions that weren't asked before, so that was interesting to discover something new for myself or something I've completely forgotten about. I hope you had a great Christmas time and great Christmas season this year and had a peaceful time there. I hope it continues peaceful. And I wish you a happy end of the year, a great new year 2025 when it comes up in a few days. Have a great New Year's Eve. And as we say in German, guten Rutsch ins neue Jahr. Could slide well into the next year. And thank you people for watching, for all the support in the forms of likes, comments and recommendations, but also for memberships and the subscriptions on Twitch and memberships here on YouTube and so on, and for donations and I don't know what kinds of support you can give me here, supporting also this channel, my games channels and so on. Much appreciated. And there will be another Law Q&A stream next year in a week, 5th of January or something like this. Maybe a day earlier or something, if nothing comes in the way, I don't know yet. But I try to have these Law Q&A streams frequently because that's a good form of content and I like interacting with you people. And also I think the VODs people like to watch at times. So this works. Also is potentially time for a new law video on my channel as well. But yeah, like I said, currently I do so much other stuff in the background, and December was really busy for me overall. So there's that. But yeah, there will be more content here or on the games channels, on the German Twitch stream, and on the English thing here. We will see. I definitely want to continue Indiana Jones. Maybe this is something that might pop up on the games channel as a live stream and on the Twitch channel. So the new Indiana Jones game's fantastic. I've already started playing it a bit, and that I would love to continue and complete. So we might do this in the next couple of days or weeks. So there might pop up a live stream here on the games YouTube channel and on the Twitch channel, on the English Twitch channel, that is, in the upcoming days. So if you're interested in that, maybe look into this as well. Again, thank you people for watching, and see you next time. Goodbye.